Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Meteorologist Will Cano, and I am here for MyRadar streaming for you from the app that we have talking about the severe weather we have across the northern plains today. And as you can see right now, we got some severe thunderstorm warnings. We have a tornado warning in southern Manitoba, Canada. But overall, we're just getting started with this event. You can see our large enhanced risk region, a level 3 out of 5 risk in this darker brown, which includes a tornado, a hail, and a wind-driven risk. All of this I'm going to dive into more today. And like I mentioned, this is just getting started, so we have a lot of these severe thunderstorm warnings popping up in and around that region, but no tornado warnings just yet. So throughout this entire live stream, this should go a few hours. Please feel free to interact with the chat. I have it up here where I can be reading out any questions you may have, any comments. I can engage with you guys. Let me know what else you'd like to see. If you have a specific city you'd like forecasted for, any of the above, I'm here to talk with you guys and hear what you are looking for. So without further ado, I'm going to dive into a bit of the setup we have today and look at what's going on in general across the region. To start, as I mentioned, we have this level 3 out of 5 enhanced risk across the northern central plains. This also extends into Canada, and Canada has an equivalent of the Severe Weather Prediction Center called Environment Canada, and they issued a level 4 out of 4 risk for southern Manitoba and areas of Saskatchewan as well. So some severe weather that extends not only through the contiguous United States, but also into southern Canada. So as you look through, we can see we have our enhanced risk that goes from North Dakota all the way through South Dakota, parts of Minnesota, into Nebraska and Kansas, even getting all the way down into the Oklahoma Panhandle and perhaps far northern Texas. Now, this is an extension from earlier today. We had two kind of blotches of this enhanced zone, and then the SPC connected it in their latest update. So what you get is this long string of enhanced weather, a level 3 out of 5, and some severe thunderstorm warnings that are firing as well. Now, I don't want to ignore we have a small ball of slight level risk out here in the Nashville area coming to you in western Kentucky and I guess north of Nashville and northern Tennessee. And this is not as tornado driven as perhaps this event out west might be. However, still something that we'll be watching throughout the event. So far we have a few severe thunderstorm warnings in western North Dakota. You can see here west of Bismarck, we have a couple of pop-up storms. This severe thunderstorm warning looks to be golf ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Just to its south, part of that same line of thunderstorms. Very similar. We have ping pong sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour gusts. Some of these are going to originate starting as supercellular or try to be discrete, like they're individual storms standing on their own. But as you go throughout the day, they will merge into a larger line of storms that'll push through the Dakotas into Minnesota overnight. And the key today will be, can any of these storms form on their own rights and start rotating to maybe produce a tornado before that line takes over and starts pushing through? So we can see this is a supercell or close to one that is forming in southern North Dakota or northern South Dakota. And this one also has golf ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. The only tornado action we've had today has been in Canada, like I said, in Manitoba, and we can actually go and see how that storm is doing. This little red polygon is Canada's version of a tornado warning. I'll explain why it looks so different than a US polygon tornado warning in a little bit. But what we can do for now is check how this storm is doing and if it might still be producing a tornado. I'm going to pull up the dual pane radar here on the right. This is my velocity that shows how the storm might be rotating. And on the left, we're going to change this to the radar as well. Currently, we have this radar northwest of Winnipeg selected. And you can see we had a couple supercells that are now merging into kind of a multicellular thunderstorm complex moving through the southern tier of Manitoba. And where we would have our tornado would be in this red polygon. And you can see where these reds and greens are very close to each other. That's where we might be having some tornadic activity. Now, a tornado was confirmed on the ground earlier today in this region from this exact storm. From the looks of it right now, couplet, some of that green and red, meaning gate-to-gate shear or winds that are traveling towards one another in the plane of the storms so that you have this rotation occurring. But we don't know if this is a guaranteed tornado or not right now. Looking at this weather alert from Environment Canada, it says, let's see, this is the tornado warning, a very dangerous and potentially life-threatening situation because a tornado may be ongoing. It also warns of damaging hail, 90 to 110 kilometers per hour for winds, hail up to baseball size, and then heavy rain as well. But again, where we're looking right now, this is in Canada, just north of North Dakota. In the US, all we have right now are just severe thunderstorm warnings. So if you're just joining, I want to mention again, my name's Will. I'm a meteorologist for MyRadar. I just graduated from Cornell a couple weeks ago, so I am a newly minted meteorologist. Excited to be here with you guys and mention any questions or comments you have in the chat. I have it pulled up right here from any platform you might be using. Happy to engage with you guys, answer your questions. If you have any city you want forecasted for or a special zoom in, just let me know. I am using the MyRadar app. This is the desktop Windows version, which has a lot of cool features. And that's what I'll be using over the next few hours. So if you have anything you want me to dive into or talk about, feel free to engage in the chat. Let's go check on that now. I can actually make sure I have the TikTok chat pulled up as well for those of you on TikTok. And let's see, got some questions from YouTube. This is the MyRadar weather app. So this is an app you can get on your phone individually, but also you can have this on your desktop. I have a Windows, I have a huge monitor here in my room, and this Windows version works great where I can have a dual pane radar, or I can put it back to just the standard pane and get a full radar loop. So we can keep watching our broad scale weather. All right, let's see, we got some questions over TikTok now. Nice to see you guys. Let's see, I'm seeing some questions from Missouri and Kentucky, probably closer to this slight risk. Again, right now in the Western Kentucky, Northern Tennessee, Southern Indiana, and Illinois region, we have a slight risk of severe weather. That's a level 2 out of 5. You had some heavy rain that moved through Nashville earlier. I believe there are still some flash flood warnings there. And we have one severe thunderstorm warning from this small line that's pushing through. Let's see, my Bowling Green, Kentucky. Let's see, that area, you're going to have some severe storms possible throughout the day, but your main batch kind of came through. You can let me know if I'm right or wrong, but it sounds like there was some heavy rain there earlier that passed through, perhaps a flash flood warning. If you can give me any insight to what it looks like there now, let me know. But for now, it looks like the storms are over for at least a few hours. Might get some additional rainfall tonight, but right now, not too much going on. Let's see, looking for Missouri. Let's see, where in Missouri is this? You might have to help me out. Okay, looking at Minnesota as well. Tornado risk for Bowling Green, as I mentioned, that's kind of passed through. We don't have a lot going on in Bowling Green because that initial line moved through. If there were to be a tornado, it would be very brief, very weak, because it's only a 2% tornado risk out there, at least in most likelihood. But as I mentioned, as far as I know, the storms have mostly passed for today, and that tornado risk has passed on. Let's see, I'm trying to get to this interest in Missouri. Missouri doesn't have much going on regardless. It's a marginal risk, so certainly not much of a tornado risk at all. Might have some thunderstorms this evening into overnight because you have that humidity coming in, but really not much of a tornado threat or true severe weather threat going on there. Let's see, let's take a look back at the Dakotas. I see some questions. Okay, also looking into Kansas. So first off, looking at North Dakota, you can see our storms are firing out west. These will very quickly form into a line of storms that'll propagate eastward throughout the evening, meaning by like 8 or 9 p.m. Central, like Grand Forks might be getting a pretty strong line of storms. Now, what happens though is that you might get some storms that fire before that line moves through in eastern North Dakota, for example. When you do get that, you're going to see they have a better environment to act discreetly or individually that might cause them to rotate and produce a tornado. Now, a lot of models today have shown that probably won't happen. We're going to get a lot of storms, but most of them will be part of this line rather than some forming out in front of this region that would be in like the Fargo, Grand Forks area. So as of now, that's what we're watching. If a storm does form there, obviously we'll watch it very closely for rotation. But for everyone in North Dakota, for now, expect some severe thunderstorms, but mostly just in the form of wind-driven storms, meaning straight line wind gusts that come through this evening and overnight as it moves through the state and eastward. The same should apply for South Dakota. We have a lot less action going on there now. We don't have these storms initializing quite yet, like we do in North Dakota, but that'll be a similar story. Now, in terms of Kansas, Kansas is really interesting because last night, talk about that storm that went through. In Salina, we had a 113 mile per hour wind gust that came through, which is incredible. We had a line of thunderstorms, just like I talked about going through tonight in the Dakotas, that formed. But not only did that, it almost formed into a derecho, which is a very specific bowing line of storms. When you get that bowing in one of those lines of storms, all of the outflow pushes forward very quickly. So that cool rain falls to the surface, very quickly gets pushed out, and thus what you get is a lot of wind traveling out in front of the storm. Sometimes if it can just build and build on itself over very flat terrain, like the Hayes, Salina, Topeka, Kansas area, you can get really strong wind gusts. And last night, the airport recorded 113-mile-per-hour wind gusts. One wind gust. So today that won't be quite the case. I don't expect the wind to get that high in the region, but perhaps just to the west, you'll get a similar line of storm that forms. You can already see west of Dodge City, we're having these storms kind of fire into the Oklahoma and Texas panhandles as well. This throughout the evening will also push eastward and should mostly affect areas like Hayes. Again, getting into Salina, but hopefully weakening by then. Let's see, what else are we looking at? Kimberly says, any chance of straight line winds in the enhanced risk region if no tornadoes develop? So yes, in this enhanced risk region, and I will pull up a map that shows what kind of risk we're dealing with, whether it is tornado or straight line risk or all of them. Everybody is kind of in play here. We got the straight line wind gusts, the tornadoes, and then also the hail in play. But what most likely will happen is not many tornadoes initially. We're going to get that strong line of windstorms to move through just associated with that line. And ultimately, we won't get many tornadoes, but rather that straight line wind gust because it is more of a linear threat. All those storms are kind of going to clump together and just move eastward. Maybe a few spin-ups will occur in that, but today's much more of a wind threat rather than a tornado threat, if that makes sense. Let's see. Yes, reported touchdown we have in Manitoba. Let's take a look at this storm again up here. So as I mentioned, the only kind of tornado story we have so far has been this supercell in southern Manitoba, just southeast of Winnipeg. Earlier today, it did produce a tornado that was reported by a chaser up there with video evidence. And another report from Marcus on YouTube looks like there was a reported touchdown near Blumnort. Let's see. Yeah. Blumnort is right over here. So what we can do, as I pulled this up earlier, we will get into a local radar. This is just northwest of Winnipeg is where this radar is located. You can see this storm kind of forming a hook echo as it travels to the northeast. It looks really messy. There's a lot going on, but every now and then you can see that rotation occurring on the radar on the left side of it. And then as you move onto this, on the right side, you can see these different reds and greens popping up, especially right here near Blumont, Blumnort, I guess, is the town, how it would be pronounced. And these reds and greens right next to each other, that is signaling a tight couplet where rotation is likely occurring. And perhaps this could be a strong tornado ongoing. It could be a multi-vortex. It looks like Sherry on YouTube is saying that it was a wedge tornado. I didn't personally see any photo evidence of that, but it's very possible given that the photo I saw was in the very preliminary stages of it. And this tornado does look pretty impressive on radar, or at least it did earlier. Now, one thing I wanted to mention that's unique is this red polygon here, this with a bunch of different sides and angles to it. That's your tornado warning. That's issued by Environment Canada, which is the National Weather Service equivalent that you have in all of Canada. Now, it looks a lot different than you might expect for a tornado warning in the East Coast, for example, or the United States, the Great Plains. And the reason for that is because Canada uses tornado warnings based on municipalities or counties or regions rather than polygon-based where the storm might be traveling. In the US, a tornado warning is warned based on here's where it might be right now, and here's where the storm is going to be traveling. But in this case, they just say this is an entire county or municipality, and we're going to warn this whole region, even if it's already passed through most of it. So in the US, a tornado warning might travel from Blumnort all the way northeast, getting up towards like Enola or some of these other towns. But instead in Canada, you get this larger region that looks a little bit different, which is interesting. Let's see. What else? Again, if you guys are just joining, feel free to ask any questions, no matter what platform you're on, to hear about your tornado risk, or even if it's not a tornado risk, what you should expect for thunderstorms later this evening in these regions. Let's hearing questions on TikTok about Indiana and Illinois. These regions are in the slight risk, but there's not too much going on there currently. We can actually pull up this radar and look at if there really is anything going on. And the radar is showing some storms up here to the north near Terre Haute going into Indiana. But overall, you don't have much going on. Let's go back to the high def radar. And we'll go single pane here. And And yeah, as this loads in, you'll see some of these storms have taken a minute to fire. And then as we've gotten into the evening, you've gotten some storms to go on. So in Illinois, you have some of these stronger thunderstorms going on, but none of them are severe warned, meaning you don't have really strong wind gusts associated with them, just the standard run-of-the-mill thunderstorm. These will propagate into Indiana, like I said, into the Terre Haute region, and may progress overnight, but don't expect any severe wind gusts, that being over 60 miles an hour or anything too severe to expect. Let's see, any chance of rain or thunderstorms down in Texas? So Texas, the real action going on is in the panhandle, going into the Oklahoma region. What you have in Houston is just some moisture from the Gulf coming in. You can have some stray thunderstorms, just standard humidity from the summer, but really won't get anything severe out of that. Maybe some rain this evening. Okay, let's see here. Let's see, any other questions from the chat? Just to give you guys a recap of what we're looking at, we have a level 3 out of 5 enhanced risk today. That is across the northern plains from North Dakota, extending into Minnesota, down through South Dakota, Nebraska, Kansas, and even the far western Oklahoma panhandle. This is a level 3 out of 5 risk. It is primarily wind driven. We do have a tornado and a hail risk, but what we expect mostly today is that these storms will kind of congeal, form into a line that pushes through the Dakotas eastward, may get some strong wind gusts going from 60 to 80 miles an hour as it does travel eastward. And that line may extend southward into areas like Nebraska or Kansas as well. But nonetheless, we're watching out for a possible tornado risk. We have our storm chasers, Matthew Cappucci and Jordan Hall, out in the field chasing currently. And as I've mentioned, the real only story right now with the tornado is this tornado warning that we have in southern Manitoba, just to the southeast of Winnipeg. Now, if you have any questions or places you'd like to see on the map, just feel free to get to the chat. Obviously, I can't get to every single one, but whatever you may be looking for, just let me know. And let's take a look here. We have 1,300 people on TikTok. Hello, everybody. It's great to see you. And we have quite a few viewers on the other platforms as well. If you don't know what I'm using, this is the MyRadar app. This is free to download. And this is currently the Windows desktop version I'm using, but you can download it on iOS, both on a desktop version and on your phones. I've been working for MyRadar for about a few years now. I'm a digital content creator and now a newly graduated meteorologist, so I can officially call myself one with the degree. And in these past few years working for MyRadar, I've been able to use this app in many cool ways. As you'll see, hopefully throughout this live stream, it's really useful just to look at a quick view of your storms to see what's going on, but then also you can get into a lot of different settings. You can toggle on different warnings and watches. You can look at different weather outlooks, a hurricane tracker, wildfires, earthquakes, etc. It's a really unique app that has a lot going on for it. So if there's anything in specific you'd like me to toggle on or anything you'd like to see, feel free to let me know. And let's see. Grand Forks, North Dakota, we're getting a request for from Roller on TikTok. I'll hit that, and then I see Packy has a question from YouTube. I'll hit that as well. So Grand Forks, the main thing that you're going to be looking for is that we call it a QLCS system that we'll be moving through later. I keep talking about these lines of storms that are coming. So you can see these 4 or 5 severe thunderstorm warnings in western North Dakota. Those are firing individually right now, but as they move to the east, they'll kind of all clump together and form a line that'll push throughout the state. That'll eventually reach Grand Forks by, let's say, 9 p.m. Central tonight. When it does, you'll get a lot of strong wind gusts, perhaps over 60 miles an hour, upwards of 70, maybe 80 miles per hour, if that storm is bowing out or really strong enough. When that does occur, obviously, it's important to take shelter because even if it isn't a tornado, straight line wind gusts can cause pretty severe damage. So that's your forecast for Grand Forks. Those thunderstorms will move in throughout the evening. There is a small isolated chance of tornadoes occurring before that, but really we're not seeing anything fire in the Dakotas right now that would be suggestive of that. So perhaps your only tornado chances might come later as that storm comes through. You might have some small rotations moving through the Grand Forks area. We'll keep watching that throughout the evening. Now let's see, Packy on YouTube, hey Packy, is asking, what's the flooding risk today? Do you think that'll be major at all? So what I was looking at earlier is in this sort of slight risk bubble that we have towards Nashville in Western Kentucky, we had some flash flood warnings, and I'll toggle those on. You can go into the app and see weather alerts. Go down here to click the gears, and then flooding and coastal. If I go down here, I can turn on, let's do flash flood warnings. And you can see in Nashville proper, you actually have a flash flood warning ongoing now because you've had a lot of rain train over these same areas for hours on end. Now, that's the main risk, I think, for flooding we've seen so far, at least, is in this slight risk bubble. In terms of our main enhanced risk region, you are going to have the risk of flooding because this QLCS system rather will be moving eastward, but also pulling along a cold front to the north. So that means it has some vertical or meridional movement to it. It's traveling to the north. And when that happens, you get this rain to just stay for maybe longer than 20 or 30 minutes. Maybe it lasts an hour or an hour and a half. And when that happens, it kind of builds up. It can drop heavy rainfall for quite an extended period of time, meaning that you can pick up a quick 1 to 2 inches of rain in just an hour, which can lead to some isolated flooding. Now, I don't expect flooding to be the main risk today up here. Perhaps this area down in Nashville is where the biggest flooding today will occur, but it certainly is something to keep an eye on. Let's see. Looking at Des Moines, Iowa for tomorrow. So tomorrow is a separate risk we're looking at where you're starting to get severe weather that moves eastward. This is the first day of many that this severe risk will be occurring. Tomorrow, it's more in the Des Moines, Illinois, and Wisconsin area. And then on Thursday, I believe it moves into the Chicago proper area. And then Friday, we'll have some severe weather along the East Coast and the interior Northeast as well. So tomorrow, I can't give you an exact forecast right now. We're focusing on just what we have going on today, but we'll be live tomorrow on the app as well. I'll be talking about that as the storms form. But it is similar to today where we may have a tornado risk initially, and then those lines might clump together and form a line as they move eastward. Would likely be the forecast for Des Moines. And let's see. I need to check in all these other chats. Again, feel free to ask any questions. I can't give forecasts for every single region, but I'll try to get to your town or any questions you might have in general about the weather. Just feel free to let me know. Let's take a look back at this little tornado warning we have in southern Manitoba. This is unique, again, because that polygon looks a lot different than tornado warnings in the US. Obviously, we don't have these perfect square tornado warnings that outline a county or a municipality. Instead, we have storm-based warnings. So they look like a polygon traveling in the direction of the storm. That was designed in 2007 by the National Weather Service to start understanding and warning the public of where the storm is going, not where it's already hit. But Environment Canada still focuses on highlighting the county that is being affected as a whole, and then moving that as the storm moves with it. So we will go to radars. We'll select a radar here that is close to Winnipeg, perhaps our best viewing area. Just to the northwest of Winnipeg, we have a decent radar. And looking at this, you can see it's quite stormy up here in southern Manitoba. And this storm earlier did produce a confirmed tornado. And we can look now and see there are still some couplets in here. All of this red is confusing. You don't see a perfect supercell outlined anywhere. But you can look at velocity. Currently, we're looking a little higher in the atmosphere at tilt 2. We can make sure we're at tilt 1. And you can see these reds and greens next to each other are where we have mesocyclones, or a larger supercell within this big mess of storms that is rotating and might be causing a lowering of clouds towards the surface that could ultimately lead to a tornado. And as I mentioned, this storm earlier did produce a tornado. We're in southern Manitoba. And right now you can see it's messy, but we could certainly have a couple couplets. Here, just south of St. Adolphe, you see this red and green next to each other. That could be a storm that is rotating alongside this red signature on the left of this radar. You can see we also near Bloomnort to the west of that is where we had some rotation that occurred earlier and went through. We have some more rotation occurring again to the west of it. And this is really unique because it's in Canada and we don't have a lot of chasers there. Yesterday, or 2 days ago rather, was a big chase day in Canada. But since then, a lot of them have kind of came back to the US to start chasing these next few days as it propagates into the Midwest. So not a ton of chasers out here. Actually, let me check social media if we have any reports of a tornado currently. But as far as I know, this was on the ground earlier and might not be going on as much right now. Let's take a look. Let's see here. Okay. Yeah, nothing I'm seeing about a anything confirmed in terms of a tornado quite yet. Let's see. Let me check back with the chat. So you guys are asking. Jack on YouTube, not sure which technical name you're asking about, but feel free to reiterate in a different way, and I might be able to figure that out. Let's take a look back. Just have severe thunderstorm warnings right now, guys. That's really all that's going on. Looking at some Kansas, Wichita and Kansas. We'll go back, get out of this dual pane, head back towards our high def radar. So Wichita, you're on the kind of eastern end of this risk today. You don't have as much going on. You did have some of those heavier storms move through last night. But what's likely to happen is you'll have this strong line that moves through. It's already forming near Dodge City or Hayes. As it pushes eastward, it'll kind of fizzle out as it loses some of that energy in the atmosphere. Your CAPE values, or convective available potential energy, is not going to be as strong. You kind of lose that storm fuel as you go into the evening in that specific region. So Wichita will likely get some thunderstorms and lightning tonight. There's no doubt about that. But it won't bring those insane wind gusts that we might be seeing in areas like Hayes or Dodge City, etc., or especially areas up in the Dakotas. Yes. What's up, Jack? You said my cameraman Jack here is saying there's a camera we have in Wichita. I don't know. Let's see. My app was being. Yeah. Yeah, Jack, if you could pull up the camera in Wichita, that would be awesome to see what. Yes, awesome. Yep, I see it down there. We got the train coming through right now. There you go. So that's the live look at Wichita. Clear skies right now. When you get clear skies before a thunderstorm, that is able to increase some of your convective available potential energy, that CAPE I keep referring to, that allows the surface to heat up and ultimately get some higher temperatures that might allow for some of those storms to come through in the evening. Now, let's see. Currently, in this area in what do we have here? Is this southern Illinois? We have a new severe thunderstorm warning just associated with a small cell that's just 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and nickel-sized hail that is currently ongoing. As I mentioned, we have these storms just to the west of Terre Haute in east central Illinois, but not too much is going on with these. They're not severe warned or anything like that. We still have a flash flood warning here in Nashville proper and a severe thunderstorm warning associated with it heading southeast towards Chattanooga. This is a stronger severe thunderstorm warning that does warn of 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts, so that is a more considerable threat. In fact, we can go look at velocity and see how this storm is doing. Let's check radars, see which radars are in the area. And you can see there's our storm on radar, but if we look at velocity, you can see some of these brighter white colors within this red. I know that the yellow of the severe thunderstorm warning is kind of overtaking it, but those are strong wind gusts that are mixing some of that energy down from higher in the atmosphere to the surface. And when you get that, you're starting to see these 60 to 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts down near just to the southeast of Nashville, it looks like, and ultimately traveling southeast towards Chattanooga. Towns such as like Woodbury, Centertown, perhaps Morrison later on, or Bell Buckle. These are areas in, I believe this is like south central Tennessee, it looks like, maybe experiencing some stronger wind gusts over the next hour or so. So be cautious of that. Let's say yes. Zach from Facebook says his friend is in Nashville. Let us know if he has any reports. He or she might have any reports of what the flooding looks like there, or if this storm was severe when it came through earlier. But yeah, it's definitely been a rather rainy day here in the Nashville area that has produced a couple flash flood warnings. Let's see if any of these, I don't believe any of these are flash flood emergencies quite yet. And the rain has passed through, so luckily we don't have any of that. Well, let's take a wider look again, just looking at our classic weather loop, high def radar. In fact, let's look at we have satellite animation now that kind of shows us how these storms are moving. So we'll let this load. Currently today we have a 3 out of 5 level 3 out of 5 enhanced risk across the northern Great Plains, extending from the Dakotas down into the Oklahoma Panhandle through Nebraska and Kansas. And you can see on satellite what we have going on. Looks like a large mess, but up here in this yellow polygon near Canada, you have our primary low pressure system that is churning counterclockwise as it moves. As it does that, it's bringing warm, moist air from the Gulf all the way north into the Dakotas, into southern Manitoba, Saskatchewan, areas of southern Canada that don't always see this sort of moisture. And what you get is some severe thunderstorms that make it all the way up there just because there is so much storm fuel. Now, we also have winds that are changing direction and speed with height. That's called wind shear. And typically, when you get those two together, you might think, okay, there might be a tornado risk today, which there certainly is a bit of a risk. And I'll jump into explaining that a little bit soon. But the main risk today is going to be these straight line wind gusts because you're going to have these storms that form. You already see a couple here in western North Dakota that are pushing through. And you see these blips here on the satellite of these, these white towering cloud tops that are getting up towards the stratosphere. But very quickly, this will become a very long line rather than these little circles or plumes of circles, of storms rather, because they're going to congeal together and move towards the east and impact areas like Grand Forks and Fargo later this evening. So taking a look back at our high def radar, and then I'll head over to the chat to see what questions you guys might have. Let's see. I see some of my friends on YouTube asking about the Juck. I drive a Jeep truck, which I actually took storm chasing last week. And I see, let's see, who is this on TikTok? Alex asking about Hays, Kansas. I was in Hays, Kansas just about a week ago, out there storm chasing. So I'd be more than happy to talk about it. What's going on right now is some storms firing to the west. And you can already see these are not very discrete. They're not isolated or individual storms. They're all kind of collectively merging together. So you don't have too much of a tornado risk down there, at least not the classic tornado you think of with a supercell. Perhaps some tornado risk might be coming if you get rotation that occurs in these lines of thunderstorms. But for now, this is just a clump of thunderstorms that is severe warmed. It's moving towards Hays with 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail being the warning. That may intensify as it does move east into a slightly better environment. But for Hays, just focus on these strong wind gusts and perhaps some hail. There should not be too much of a tornado threat as this moves through, but we'll be sure to watch that as well. Let's see. Detroit, Michigan, that's an interesting one just because of earlier today. So Detroit, as you can see now, not much going on. There's a small line of thunderstorms that might be moving through from another low pressure system. Here, let's click play on this radar loop so it's moving through. You might have some cool structure in the clouds if you go outside in Detroit and look around, but overall, this is not severe warned. That is different, though, than just a few hours. We had a tornado warning and actually a decent looking rotation that occurred just over the Detroit airport in between Detroit and Ann Arbor. This was surprising because there was only a marginal risk of severe weather there earlier. And obviously that's long past. There wasn't any confirmed tornado that I saw, but it certainly was of concern that the National Weather Service decided to issue a tornado warning in the airport region and Detroit proper. So that's your answer for Detroit. Let's see, it would look like someone had been asking on TikTok. So for today, nothing too severe, at least not after that tornado warning we had earlier in the region. Let's see. So next, I'm going to share my screen with a different tab, and I want to pull up something interesting that I put together because there's been a lot of confusion with regards to the SPC and how they now organize their predictions. So Jack, if you can switch by any chance to my screen, I should be sharing it now. I'm sharing a different window. I kind of wanted to give people a guide into what goes on when it comes to the SPC. So the SPC, if you don't know, stands for the Storm Prediction Center. It's located in Norman, Oklahoma, and they created a new sort of project this year to talk about how severe weather might be impacting the general public. And I'm going to go through what it's called. It's the conditional intensity graph. I see. Okay, let me reformat that so I can just put it up here like this. So this is kind of a guide to how the SPC makes their conditional instability graph. So I know this might not look perfect to you guys, but I'll try to make it a little more uniform. This is what the SPC used to look like, the old SPC look. And this is just an example. This is not going on today, but you would have probabilities explaining how likely a certain hazard was, in this case, a tornado. And again, if you're just joining, this is just an example. I'm going through how the Storm Prediction Center explains tornado risk to the general public. Because there was a new overhaul this year, and this is what it used to look like, where you had different colors explaining different probabilities for what kind of tornadoes might be coming. If there is a 30% probability, for example, that's saying there is a 30% probability of a tornado forming within 25 miles of a certain point. So if you live, again, this is just an example, if you were to live in southwest Oklahoma on this particular day, this is from May 20th, 2019, there would be a 30% chance of a tornado hitting within 25 miles of that point, which is pretty significant. So what they do also, in addition to just that probability, is they add a hatched area to show when these tornadoes form, they may be significant. This all changed at the beginning of this year, and we now have a different look to the SPC. Again, these graphics are just an example, but we now have 3 different types of hatched regions. So the colors are still the same, where the probability is still corresponding to that 25 miles within a point, what might be happening with a tornado. But now you have different intensity hatches based on varying degrees of how significant a tornado might be. And the SPC has gone through and tried to explain this, and it's not always very fruitful. It's rather complicated. You can see all these colors are might not be very fluent, and it's hard to explain, but I don't need to do that because I can show you more, rather than this confusion, what it really means. So when you see an SPC outlook with different hatches, what it's trying to explain is the possible intensity that might be occurring. If you have a significant or a SIG 1 hatch like we have today, it's basically saying that any tornadoes might form, have a chance to become pretty severe, but might not be up the upper echelon of that severity. So you might have a 1% chance of an EF4 plus tornado in a SIG 1 day. Now, if you have a SIG 2 or SIG 3 day, it's saying, sure, there's whatever probability you want of a tornado, but if that does form, there's a lot greater of a chance that it's going to be severe and maybe a higher intensity, where if you get a SIG 3, for example, you're much more likely to get an EF4 or 5 tornado than you were to get in a SIG 1. And you're actually less likely to get an EF1 than you were to get in a SIG 1. So again, tying this back to today, this is today's tornado risk. You can see our probability colors up here in the North Dakota region. We have yellow, which is a 10% probability of a tornado occurring within 25 miles of a point. But then this hatched region is a SIG 1. So it's saying, yeah, if a tornado does form, it could become severe, but nothing extreme is what they're trying to say. Now, they also have this for different probabilities. Here's today's hail risk, whereas there's a 30% probability of 1 inch in diameter or more hail forming within 25 miles of a certain point. And once again, it's saying, sure, but if it does actually fall, maybe it does get quite a bit bigger, and that we have a SIG 1 risk as well. And then finally, today's wind risk is the most significant. You have a high probability, 45%, at least comparatively, of winds occurring in the Dakotas, in eastern North Dakota, extending down through central North and central South Dakota. But then that SIG 1 risk also shows you could have some damaging wind gusts associated with it. So this is a kind of complicated change the SPC has done, and I'm going to try to explain that again later in this live stream. But this is the current risk for today, where we have some tornado risk, but the significance is only a 1 out of 3. Some hail risk, but once again, a significance of 1 out of 3 in terms of that threat for maximum intensity. And then the wind risk is what we're looking at most today, with a higher probability, but still only a certain extent of how intense they think it might be able to get. So Jack, I'm going to share back to the radar here. We'll go check back to see how the app is doing and see if we have any new tornado warnings. Let me know when you might switch back to that. Perfect. I can see that looking good as well. And let's see. So currently we still have no tornado warnings, and at least across the US. Let me try to pull up the TikTok chat. I want to make sure I'm still talking to you guys. For those of you just joining, my name is Will Cano. I am a meteorologist for MyRadar. I just graduated from Cornell University, so I now have my Bachelor's of Science in Atmospheric Science. I'm officially a meteorologist, and I'm talking today about the severe weather threat we have across the Dakotas, Nebraska, Kansas, even into the far west Oklahoma Panhandle, and also some interesting weather we have going on in the western Kentucky, southern Illinois, Indiana regions. Currently, there are no tornado warnings across the contiguous United States. However, we do have a tornado warning in southern Manitoba, Canada, that is ongoing. Let's take a look back at that. But before I do, I wanted to let you know, if you have any questions, feel free to ask them in the chat. If you have anywhere you want me to check out on the radar or any forecasts you want me to see, just let me know. Happy to pull that up. Obviously, I can't get to everybody, but if it's noteworthy to today's risk, I'll obviously do my best to pull it up. Now, let's see. Looking at this risk, we're going to pull up our dual pane radar. Here with this tornado warning that is just to the southeast of Winnipeg still, we're going to change to a local radar. This is the one I've been using today. It's just to the northwest of Winnipeg. It's been pretty reliable. And we're going to put the left pane to reflectivity to see all the storms going on in the region. And then also looking at velocity on the right pane. So right now on this left side, you can see just a big congealed mess of storms. Big circle, you have a few mesocyclones or rotating storms embedded within this mess of storms, with this mess of a thunderstorm that you see. And we can see just where that rotation is occurring on our velocity to the right. So Bloom North, someone mentioned it earlier, I believe, on YouTube. This area has seen consistent rotation over the last few frames just to the west or southwest of its city bounds. You can see earlier, perhaps this was a tornado or a rotation that was close to producing a tornado, these tight greens and reds forming a couplet just west of that Bloom North area. And then as that traveled to the northeast, it lost some rotation, but you get still some more gate-to-gate wind shear occurring with these storms down here. So perhaps now near Kleefeld, it looks like, or just to the north rather, near the New Bothwell area, you have this couplet where this green is wind traveling towards one direction of the radar and then red's traveling away. And you can see as the result, you get some rotation that might be occurring. Now, let's see. This is just a tornado warning in Canada. And like I mentioned earlier, it looks a lot different, this red polygon, than it would in the States. You don't have that storm-based warning, like where the storm might be going. You have this weird-looking rectangle. Instead, that's because Environment Canada, which is the National Weather Service equivalent in Canada, they issue their warnings based on municipalities or communities or counties, rather, not exactly where the storm is going. So they focus on, this is a region that might be getting impacted, let's warn the whole county and then move with the storm. The US rather has these polygons, as you can see, with some of these severe thunderstorm warnings down to the south. This is all based on where a storm is traveling. It's not based on county lines or borders, at least not inherently. So that's why the tornado warnings in Canada look a little bit different than they do in the US. So let's check back here to our main weather loop high def radar. Again, this is all within the free to download MyRadar app. Zoom out a little bit and take a look. And let's see what questions you guys might be having. No counties in Manitoba. Fair enough. That's why I mentioned it's municipalities or whatever sort of geopolitical boundary you might be having. That's what they issue warnings based on in Canada, rather than where the storm is heading, is the point I was trying to make. And let's see. Jaden on YouTube asked, what's up, Jaden? Should I expect to see storms in Oklahoma City tonight? You would likely see some storms if you were a bit further west than Oklahoma City. Oklahoma City, I know, has been extremely dry over the last few days. The joke is that there are so many meteorologists there that the storms move away from the meteorologists lately. Perhaps that's the trend. But western Oklahoma is where the true line of storms is going to be occurring. As this propagates east, you're going to lose some of that energy or oomph that the storm has behind it. So perhaps some rain coming in, but not much in the ways of storms or any notable wind gusts coming in through Oklahoma City later this evening. We have a question, what is gate-to-gate shear? I know I mentioned that talking earlier. Gate-to-gate is talking about how winds are moving. It sends out a pulse to see which way storms are moving, and then it comes back and tells you what it's hitting, whether it's rain, hail, etc. When it gets there, it can say, okay, which way is this storm moving? And on a very close scale, it can say part of the storm is moving north, part of the storm is moving south, and they're very close to each other. That's what's called gate-to-gate shear. And it's a hint where we might be seeing some tornadic activity that might soon follow, because when you have winds moving in opposite directions very close to another, that's how you start a circular rotation, ultimately get the clouds to lower, form a wall cloud, and thus a tornado afterward. Now, that only has a success rate, quote unquote, of 1%. You have a lot of rotating storms that never do produce a tornado, but it's one of the first steps in producing one. Let's see. Dawn says, hi from Wisconsin. Hello, Wisconsin will have some interesting weather over the next few days. Today, not too much going on in the ways of severe weather, perhaps far western Wisconsin, you'll get the remnants of whatever line of storms might come through later today. But overall, nothing too severe in Wisconsin today. The main show will be tomorrow and Thursday. And then let's see here. More people asking about North Dakota. So the main threat for today, we obviously do have a bit of a tornado threat and a bit of a hail threat as well. But the main threat is going to be wind driven. That's because all these storms that are forming out here in western North Dakota, you can see they're having a hard time staying away from each other. They're already starting to congeal and get close to each other, start to merge. And as that forms, they'll be picked up by a cold front that is moving eastward. And you're going to get a line of storms that forms rather than these individual blobs. So as that occurs, it'll move to the east. It'll first impact areas like Bismarck and then travel into areas like Grand and Fargo. And this town that somebody asked about, let's see, Lisbon, North Dakota. Let's see. I'm not exactly sure where Lisbon is, so we're going to go into the search. Lisbon, North Dakota. Perfect. So Lisbon, North Dakota is more in the eastern areas of North Dakota. And that's on the kind of far right side of the enhanced risk. So you're still going to get that line of storms and powerful wind gusts that might come through. But after that point, you'll likely see the storm start to weaken a little bit. And a lot of those wind gusts won't be sustained heading into like the western Minnesota areas as much throughout the evening. And let's see. Let's see any other questions we might have in the chat. Sam on YouTube asks if we'll upgrade to a moderate today anywhere in the northern plains. I personally think that's unlikely just because the SPC has been pretty immobile today with regards to how they're changing their risks. They've kept the SIG-1 in terms of the wind, tornado, and hail risk. They haven't upgraded that. They've kept the 10% tornado probability. They've kept the 45% wind probability. And those have stayed pretty stagnant. The only change that occurred is really expanding the enhanced risk from two separate zones in the Dakotas and in Kansas to one long zone. So I don't think we'll see any more upgrades today, especially because we are in the evening hours now. However, that doesn't mean severe weather is not occurring. It just means that their confidence in the extent of that severe weather is not warranted of a moderate risk. A moderate risk would be a level 4 out of 5, and then there's high risk, which is a level 5 out of 5. But today, this is just the enhanced risk, a level 3 out of 5. Now, what is interesting is Environment Canada. I know this is a unique setup because I keep referring to Canada, which has a much different system than the US when it comes to severe weather. They issued a level 4 out of 4 extreme risk for severe weather. So what we have as our high risk here in the States is what they issued today in southern Manitoba, in these regions that have this severe thunderstorm watch, tornado watch, and ultimately this one tornado warning rather, just southeast of Winnipeg. So the meteorologists in Canada today picture that this might be a more severe weather event. And it is because the only tornado so far has been in that southern Manitoba region. Let's see, any other questions we might be having? Does Sioux Falls need to be heads up overnight? Let's in this enhanced risk, barely on the east central edge of it. So some of these storms that will move through overnight are definitely warranted of staying heads up and being cautious, making sure you have your devices charged in case you lose power overnight, etc. A different source of light if you have a fireplace or something like that. But what you're going to see is as you move past Sioux Falls, as you get into this lighter yellow region, that's where meteorologists expect the storm to still be strong, but weaken as not as strong as what it once was. So anywhere in this enhanced risk region, the darker browns, you could be seeing wind gusts rather getting up between 70 or maybe even 80 miles an hour in different localized regions. But once you get past this eastern extent of this line, you'll start to see not as strong wind gusts in that area. So let's see. I see someone, Brez on TikTok, asking about the Twin Cities. Twin Cities is really going to be the risk area tomorrow. I mean, that's not the main area of concern today, but you're going to move this whole threat eastward tomorrow, even further east on Thursday in the Chicago area. And then on Friday, we might even have a risk in the Northeast, such as like the Mid-Atlantic, interior New York, etc. So the Twin Cities, I would say tonight, yeah, you're probably going to get some rain, maybe some lightning, not too severe in terms of wind gusts or hail or anything like that. However, tomorrow is going to be the main show for your risk day. And let's see. Let's see what we got here. Packy on YouTube asked if we ever call in storm chasers when they're approaching interesting weather. Typically, yes, that's how this live stream would work, where I get to interact with some of the storm chasers. There's a technical difficulty today where I can't actually speak with them, but their streams will be up throughout the entire live stream so you can see what weather they're approaching. We have Jordan Hall and Matthew Cappucci. Those are our two storm chasers for today that they're looking for these severe weather threats in the North Dakota region. At least I believe that's where they're chasing today. And you can see the primary risk. Okay, Jordan is in Manitoba. Do you know? Jack just told me over the mic. Jack, do you know if Jordan is on this Winnipeg cell or exactly where in Manitoba he might be? Looks like Jordan is in Woodworth, Manitoba. Let's find out exactly where that is. Yeah, we'll pull up to. This is Jordan's stream real quick. We're taking a look at. Let's see. So Woodworth. Wow, did we already get it? Let's see. Woodworth, Manitoba. Here we go. So yeah, it looks like he might not be quite on this cell, but it looks like he's driving towards it. That makes sense with his feed. Um, Traveling through likely some of these state lines to get into this general storm. Now, what's interesting about Manitoba is it's had quite a bit of severe weather over the last few days. What you've had is low pressure systems that travel from the Rockies and then kind of shoot northward into Saskatchewan, which is this big province here in Canada. And when you get that, you're able to pull all of this warm, moist air out of the Gulf through all the northern plains into Canada in what's called the warm sector. So you have a warm front that passes through, and then you get this warm, humid air coming all the way through the Dakotas into Canada to produce some severe weather. That associated with winds that change in with height at very varying speeds or varying directions can produce a tornado risk, which has brought a lot of chasers to this southern tier of Manitoba, Saskatchewan over the last few days. So that's where Jordan is now. And it sounds like Cappucci might still be in the region of North Dakota. Is that what his stream says as well, Jack? Looking like North Dakota for Cappucci? Okay, sounds like Cappucci is in, yes, North Dakota as well. All right, let's take a look at the chat again. People asking about Winnipeg again. Let's take a look at this cell, because again, this is the only tornado threat we've had so far. If you look at these maps, when I zoom out and you see the red down here near Nashville, that's a flash flood warning, not a tornado warning. You had this slow moving line of storms that came through earlier, resulted in some heavy rainfall, maybe 2 to 3 inches of rain that kept falling, and it resulted in some quick flooding that might have occurred in the Nashville region. And of course, when this happens in a metropolitan area, you have a lot of concrete that makes drainage more difficult. So a flash flood warning in a city might be considered a little more serious because there's less drainage possible. And then on top of that, you have this extending severe thunderstorm warning just to the southeast of Nashville, heading towards Manchester and in the direction of Chattanooga. This is warned, it was earlier. Okay, this is warned for 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. It was warned earlier of 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts, which is more of a considerable threat. Regardless, you have some strong winds that'll be moving through in this southeast direction away from Nashville that might bring down some power lines if a strong isolated gust is strong enough, or some tree branches as well. So be mindful of that if you're anywhere in this region in Tennessee. So I have some people asking about, let's see. Oh, well, quick question I can answer from Dawn on Facebook. Most chasers will be in Wisconsin tomorrow, or if not all the way in Wisconsin, maybe in the Minnesota area. Something that's remarkable about storm chasers that I now have more appreciation for is how much driving they do in between the chase. So let's say let's say Jordan ends tonight in Manitoba tonight at like 9 p.m. He calls it a day. He will still find a way to make it down into somewhere in position near Minnesota, somewhere in Wisconsin that he's able to chase for the next day. They really don't take days off. Cappucci will be doing the same thing no matter where he ends up, if it's in Dakota or Canada, etc. Storm chasers put a lot of effort into moving a lot overnight, maybe sacrificing some sleep to make sure they're in proper position for the next day. And so me and some of my friends actually, right after we graduated with our meteorology degrees, we went storm chasing with some other people in our major across the Great Plains last week. So I graduated on May 23rd, And then May 25th, I ended up leaving, drove out to the Great Plains, chased in Kansas, Nebraska, Colorado, and then ultimately went down to see the National Weather Center in Norman, Oklahoma. And I realized just how difficult it is to move from place to place in between the chase. As I mentioned, while you're chasing, there's a lot of motivation to get to the next storm, to see the next shelf cloud, to see the tornado that might be occurring. But when the chase is over, you're tired, just want to go to bed, maybe go to dinner. But you might have another 7 or 8 hours of driving ahead of you to get in position for the next day. And so that's why it's been difficult the last few days. A lot of chasers were up here near Winnipeg in Manitoba or in Saskatchewan, and they've had to come down into the States and we'll make it all the way to Chicago probably by Thursday. So it's a lot of driving at the tail end of a busy season moving all around. Now let's see. I'm going to look next into this Winnipeg storm. We're going to head back into the dual pane radar. That's the best way I think to look at it. On the left side, we're going to have just the reflectivity pulled up. We're looking at this radar just to the northwest of Winnipeg. And you can see a lot of storms firing, a lot of red and even some pinks where there might be a hail core just southeast of Winnipeg immediately. In fact, we actually had some of these pinks go through Winnipeg, the city itself, that perhaps might have produced some hail. Let's check, rather than velocity, real quick, let's see if we can check into any other identifiers of hail. Let's see here. Okay, we'll stick with velocity for now to check on this Winnipeg storm. And you can see they've shifted this warning to the northeast of Bloomnort a little bit, and you can still see some red and greens here. Perhaps it looks a little bit better now, actually. I'll pause it at the latest frame. Let's see if it'll let me pause at the latest frame. Yes, okay, so what you have here, you can see this green area. That's strong winds traveling one way, and then the reds are strong winds traveling another way. This is an embedded mesocyclone within this large mess of thunderstorms that might be capable of producing a tornado. I've been checking social media, haven't gotten any immediate reports of that, but this same storm earlier did produce a tornado in extreme southern Manitoba. I believe it was closer to Rosenfield, if I remember correctly, one of these towns to the south. But yeah, Dufrost, I believe, was also a town that was impacted or very close to it. So as this storm has moved northeast, it has not lost its rotational characteristics. Again, this is in southern Manitoba in Canada, and this has been the only tornado warning system all day. Otherwise, in the US, we've just had severe thunderstorm warnings that will likely continue to build into a line that'll propagate to the east. So checking on this now, and let's see, we can check. I want to make sure that I'm getting a proper, I would like to see if there's any correlation coefficient. We'll pull that up in a second, though I want to take a look back at the weather across the US in general. All right, you can see we have a much larger severe thunderstorm warning coming in now. Let's switch to a radar in the States, in northern North Dakota. You can see we have our storms firing. Velocity truly doesn't show that much. Obviously, we have some strong winds associated with these storms, but there's not much of any rotation going on. You can see they just added another severe thunderstorm warning in this region. This one is for, let's take a look. Ping pong sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So what you're getting here are strong updrafts. That's how hail works. A thunderstorm is fed by its updraft, where a warm, moist column of air is fed vertically into a thunderstorm that allows it to plume into the sky up to 50 or 60,000 feet. And as it does that, there's a lot of energy required and a lot of velocity to sustain that vertical growth. That's what's called your updraft, and it's warm, humid air. Obviously, as it gets higher and higher, you start to lose some of that warmth and moisture. You start to enter the colder areas of the atmosphere, and some of those water droplets that it might be hitting start to freeze. When they do that, if they're still light little balls of ice, they're still shot upward with this strong updraft. If the updraft is maybe 70 or 80 miles an hour, it'll sustain little balls of ice high in the atmosphere above the freezing level, where they just build on top of each other and get more and more large until they ultimately are so heavy that they fall through that updraft into the downdraft, which is where you get your rain and hail. So in other words, the stronger updraft you have, the larger hailstones that are able to be suspended in the atmosphere for longer, where they can keep growing, and then they ultimately fall as larger sizes. So in these storms right now, we can see this storm has a warning for 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts and ping-pong-sized hail. So ping-pong size is getting close to 2 inches in diameter. That's pretty significant and can cause damage to vehicles, or siding of houses, or shingle, anything on top of your house. And then up here, it's a very similar warning to the east, with ping-pong-sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. So these are our main storms for today. Not much of a tornado risk initially. You can see some of these storms are semi-discrete, maybe standing on their own, but they're all quickly conjoining into one line that will move to the east throughout the day. Now let's take a look at some other radars. Let's go down here. I know someone was asking about Hays, Kansas earlier. We'll go to the Dodge City radar. And you can see, let's take a look here. Okay, have some storms moving through. This severe thunderstorm warning is calling for just 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, which makes sense. You don't see any of those dark reds or pinks within this layer. And let me turn down in the MyRadar app, you can control exactly what you want your warnings to look like. So I'm going to make my warning opacity a little bit less so you can see the storm better. And I'm also going to turn off fill shapes. So there you can kind of just see the storm itself for a second. Areas in like Ness City or Hays are already under severe thunderstorm warnings, but these are not really for hail. They're just for strong wind gusts somewhat. Same down here, getting closer to Dodge City. We have a 60-mile-an-hour wind gust, and nickel-sized hail is the risk there. So let me take a look at the chat, see what you guys are asking. And let's see. So Cappucci right now, Matthew Cappucci is chasing in North Dakota, and that region really does not have, it only has the severe thunderstorm warning, not much in the way of tornadoes. Let's take a look here. Let me turn this back on so we can see our warnings better. I'm going to go back. Oh yeah, let's see if I can switch to correlation coefficient, and we'll go here for reflectivity. When I do that, I'm going to go back up to this Winnipeg radar. I know people are asking, and I see some questions about Grand Forks as well. I'll dive into that soon. So let's see, as we look at this radar, you can see this is the only storm that's produced any sort of tornadic activity today. I've mentioned this. This is just to the southeast of Winnipeg. We can see just exactly how far out it is. If we measure from this rotation, perhaps, to the center of Winnipeg, maybe about 25 miles, or about like 35 kilometers, 35 to 40 kilometers, for those of you in Canada. So not too far from the city itself, but also it's far enough away where any sort of tornadic activity would only impact outside areas, not the downtown. This storm earlier did produce a confirmed tornado, but as far as I know right now, this is just a broad scale rotation, nothing too confirmed. Correlation coefficient allows us to look to see, is there anything being lofted in the atmosphere that is of a much different shape? So for example, if a tornado is hitting a tree and is starting to loft up branches and leaves, or perhaps hitting a structure that is resulting in wood or metal being thrown into the atmosphere as well, correlation coefficient could tell us, yes, this area of the atmosphere is having objects that are a much different size than everything else around it, like raindrops or even hailstones, that can kind of show us, okay, a tornado must be confirmed on the ground. We don't have that here. You can see a little bit of clutter where we have these kind of darker colors that show less correlation, so less similarity in the atmosphere, but that's not telling enough to say that there is a tornado on the ground per se. We'll continue to watch this specifically to see if it gets more notable, but rather what it might be, and we can go to reflectivity. This is associated with some really dark red and pink colors. In fact, we can see what kind of DBZ this is. This is getting up to 61 DBZ, which is a very high reading for radar. And that means what's likely the radar is scanning is hailstones that are falling in the atmosphere. And that's why your correlation coefficient might as well look pretty different, because these hailstones might be getting so large that they're a notable different size than any raindrops and look a lot different to that radar sensor. So areas, let's see some towns here. Areas just to the north of Dufresne, Dufres perhaps. Not exactly sure how to pronounce this town in southern Manitoba. They might be seeing perhaps golf ball to maybe even baseball sized hail based on this correlation coefficient. We can also check to see what this warning is. That's a tornado watch. We also have a tornado warning on this one. Again, this is in Canada, so it looks a little bit different. They call for hail up to quarter size possible just south of the storm. But if you go to the severe thunderstorm warning specifically, you can see loony to ping pong sized hail. Loony, that must be a Canadian reference. But ping pong sized hail possible with this storm just southeast of Winnipeg. All right, let's get back to any questions you guys might have in the chat. Just as a refresher, my name is Will Cano. I am a newly minted meteorologist. I just graduated last week from Cornell in upstate New York. And I've been working with MyRadar for quite a few years now, but I can officially call myself a meteorologist, not just a news contributor. So I'm talking today about the risk of severe weather we have extending from the Dakotas into Minnesota, down into Nebraska, Kansas, and ultimately the far western panhandle of Oklahoma. Now, all we've had so far is a bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings. Definitely might have had some notable hail in these regions. We'll have some strong wind gusts later, but don't have too much going on in the ways of tornadic activity. Now, let's see. What questions do you guys have? Some curiosity about Grand Forks. I'm seeing a lot of questions about Grand Forks. I can answer that. Specifically, talking a little bit more about what threat we might be seeing today and this evening. So if you go back to radar a little bit ago, you can see these storms looked a lot more discrete. When I say discrete, it means they were kind of standing on their own, very individual. Even if you go back just a little bit, you can see maybe a few bubbles of storms back there. But then as they move, you start to see they form into this line. Already, they're starting to congeal together. You're starting to get this severe thunderstorm warning that's calling for 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts and ping-pong-sized hail, but no risk of a tornado. And that's because as this wind event occurs, or as this thunderstorm event occurs, it's going to be primarily wind-driven, where these storms will conform into a line and will move eastward along a cold front boundary throughout the evening. That means impacting, yes, Grand Forks, for those of you who are asking, this evening with wind gusts over 60 miles an hour, perhaps up to 70 or 80 miles an hour. Now, this is called a QLCS system, which is a big acronym for a quasi-linear convective system. That's just when, like I just described, you get some storms that form together and move towards the east in the form of a line rather than these discrete little supercell shapes. We actually had this happen last night on a bit of a smaller scale, but in a more powerful scale in Salina, Kansas, that resulted in a 113-mile-an-hour wind gust at their airport, which is pretty incredible because Salina yesterday obviously had a risk of severe weather, but certainly not expecting a wind gust over 110 miles an hour. That was exceptional. What caused that was you had one of those QLCS systems that was moving along, but it actually bowed out a little bit. And when you get that bowing in a line of storms, which I'm sure we might see later this evening, you have a lot more outflow dominance where you can get cold air that comes down with the rain, hits the ground, and then rushes out ahead of the storm. There's nothing stopping it, especially in this sort of terrain where you only have, every now and then maybe a tree, some small hills, but really flat, grassy terrain. So this wind can just accumulate quickly, pick up fast, and move throughout the region. So yeah, last night, 113-mile-an-hour wind gust in Salina, Kansas. Pretty impressive. Don't expect us to get that high anywhere today, but it isn't out of the question when we have a QLCS system moving through anywhere. Let's see, what other questions do people have? Someone's saying apparently it's a tornado touchdown in Manitoba. That's true. I know one did touch down earlier. Let me take a look real quick across social media to see if anyone else has talked about a storm up there, because there obviously is still the tornado warning. There is some rotation occurring. Certainly some large hail occurring just to the southeast of Manitoba. But I don't know. Yes, okay, it looks like, yeah, St. Anne, Manitoba. Hey, Jack, do you know, am I allowed to show any Twitter feeds up on here to show some pictures that might be occurring? Okay, sounds good. Okay, I can pull up, let me get you some Twitter feed looking at Manitoba right now and show you some of what's going on. I will share my screen. Let's see here. Make sure you guys can see this. It's just My Twitter page that I have pulled up here, if you can see that, this is the photo that we have coming out of Manitoba. This is 4 minutes ago near St. Anne. So perhaps there is a tornado on the ground, or at least a very close to the ground funnel cloud associated with that rotation. In a couple minutes, we'll go back and look at this St. Anne storm. Like I mentioned this whole time, this storm has produced a tornado in the past. It's maintained its rotation as it's moved to the south and east of Winnipeg, through that like southern tier of Manitoba. And obviously, it's still capable of producing a tornado, might be producing one right now. This was about 1 hour ago. Also looked pretty good. That's clearly a wall cloud structure where you have the rotating mesocyclone. That's kind of the disk or circular look you have, and then the wall cloud is what drops down beneath it. Let's see here. And then, yes, I will keep checking this. Obviously, some hail we've had. Yes, this was what I saw earlier. This was the first look at that storm in Manitoba that we've talked about. This is where we saw the radar really show a nice hook echo and a true supercell south of Winnipeg near Dufrost. It was producing a small multi-vortex tornado. This was around 3:44 p.m. Central. And as I mentioned, the latest update we have now is this picture from Janelle 4 minutes ago of a clear funnel coming down through the photo. And you can see here she confirms it's herself and not AI 1 minute ago. So this seems like a legit recent update. I'm going to switch you guys back to the radar to make sure we can check on this storm again. Mention in the chat if you guys are coming from anyone near Saskatchewan or Manitoba, anyone near Winnipeg. If you're from these areas, let me know, and let me know what you might be seeing. Let me make sure I want to pull TikTok, the chat back up so I can see what you guys are saying. Give me 1 second, and then we'll take a look more in depth at this radar. We got 4,000 people viewing on TikTok. I love to see it. If you're just joining now, not just TikTok, but any other platform, my name's Will Cano. I'm a meteorologist for MyRadar. I just graduated, and we are talking today about this severe weather threat across the U.S., but also in southern Manitoba, Canada, also in parts of Saskatchewan. And what we're looking at now, we just confirmed, quote unquote, via social media that there might be a tornado on the ground just north of St. Anne here. And I'm going to pull up a more specific radar. So we're going to go out here, take a look at this Winnipeg radar we've been looking at all day. This little red polygon is signifying that there's a tornado warning. And it looks different than a US tornado warning because they just, in Canada, Environment Canada just issues tornado warnings based on municipalities or communities rather than storm-based, like where the storm is moving. So even though your tornado may be, let's actually find out exactly where that tornado may be. You can do that by looking at reflectivity and velocity at different panes. Let's see. I'll switch down here to a US radar just so I can switch what kind of, looking at velocity here, then come back up to the Winnipeg radar and looking at reflectivity on one window and then velocity on another. And okay, we'll pull up here just north of St. Anne is where that looked like that tornado might have been confirmed on the ground. And yes, that makes sense given where we see this rotation couplet up here. I'm going to draw this. I'm going to see if I can pause it. And then let's see. So here we have this rotational couplet. I'll draw this for you guys. Again, this is just southeast of Winnipeg. Winnipeg is up here. Winnipeg is about 20 miles to the northwest. And what we have right here, just north of St. Anne, is winds traveling this way in this green and then other way, obviously in the red, towards and away from the radar. And what you get is that rotation that occurs. It allows for your storm to rotate well. We could also have some rotation. This is a nice like looping couplet here. So perhaps this could be producing some rotation as well. And you can kind of see that with the reds traveling towards the radar and the greens traveling away as well. But regardless, the tornado that seemed to have been confirmed was just north of St. Anne. So that would probably be like in this region would be where you have your tornado. And what you also see, we can take a switch here and look to our correlation coefficient rather than velocity. You can see a lot of changing colors up here in this region. Let me see if I can clear the drawings. See these different kind of yellowish blue colors up here on the left side of the pane? That is our correlation coefficient saying there are many different sized objects in the atmosphere. So sometimes if it's a really stark, small circle that shows, okay, it's a tornado. because we have, pieces of structures, we have tree branches or leaves that are much differently shaped than hailstones or rain droplets flying around the atmosphere. Sometimes that's what this means. But in this case, because it's so broad and diffuse, it's showing that we have a lot of large objects mixed in with a lot of smaller objects, meaning hailstones mixed in with raindrops. And you can see that's what we have going on here. We have some probably large ping pong plus sized hail going on. The warning referred to it as loony sized hail. That must be a Canadian reference to the size possible of the hail here. And what you have going on is exactly that. So in addition to a possible confirmed tornado just northeast of St. Anne, you have large hail impacting just to the north of it. Someone's asking if we can show Winnipeg. I'll zoom out just a little bit. Winnipeg is right here. You can also see we have some large hail impacting Winnipeg downtown as well. Jack, do we have any access to Winnipeg cameras or anything like that? Okay, sounds good. I'll be looking on it doesn't look like we have any immediate camera access to Winnipeg, but I'll take a look on social media, see if I see any reports of hail in downtown Winnipeg. This obviously looks like a pretty substantial storm hitting a populated area. Victoria says she's downtown and there is hail in Winnipeg. Let's see, we got another report coming from others. Let's see, yeah, some hail, but not much, says Glenn. Yeah, Marcus on YouTube gives us a Manitoba update. Weather is deteriorating, now moving towards a major populated zone. That's right, Winnipeg is now getting some serious hail with a confirmed tornado just north of St. Anne, which is about 25 miles to the south and east. So Winnipeg, definitely you should be taking shelter, if not from any sort of tornado, obviously that's to the south and east, from some serious hail that might be impacting the city itself. Again, for this area of Canada, we have a unique level 4 out of 4 risk. So the US operates on a 5-level system where you have a marginal, slight, enhanced, moderate, and then high risk day for severe weather across the United States. Canada operates on a bit of a different system where it's only 4 levels, and today they issued a level 4 out of 4 risk in southern Canada, in Manitoba, and parts of Saskatchewan as well. So it makes sense that Winnipeg, as you can see by all this red going on, is getting quite a few heavy storms, and it makes sense that there might even be a tornado embedded in there. The tornado we can see is traveling northeast of where St. Anne would be. The rotation is looking like counterclockwise rotation, so the red obviously pushing that way and the green pushing here. So you have some rotation occurring. Counterclockwise, obviously, as rotation occurs in the northern hemisphere. And let's see what else you guys are saying, might be asking for. Downtown just had major hail. Sounds like it. Let's see. Marcus asks, what are the chances of the system moves to Lockport and West St. Paul, which is north of Winnipeg? Well, we can take a look at that as well. Let's see. I'm going to head towards this radar. Let's see, Winnipeg. And you can see these storms are moving to the north and east. So in terms of the tornado, that tornado is going to stay to the east of Winnipeg. Obviously, it's already passing a similar latitude, so it's not a risk of hitting Winnipeg itself, at least not this particular tornado that is northeast of St. Anne and heading towards the Enola area, perhaps Tyndall, a little bit higher, Tyndall, Seven Sisters Falls, in that general direction. So these storms are moving to the north and northeast, but the tornado itself is staying just to the immediate north of St. Anne and Enola, if that makes sense. And let's see, we can actually see in the MyRadar app what the tornado warning is saying. Again, this is from Environment Canada. Rather than the National Weather Service offices, Canada has their own office called Environment Canada that issues their warning. And you can see a severe thunderstorm that is possibly producing a tornado was observed. Damaging winds, large hail, and locally intense rainfall are also possible. The wind is going to be damaging between 90 and 110 kilometers per hour. That's about 75 to anywhere between 75 and 90 miles per hour or so. Up to quarter-sized hail and then heavy rain as well. And they mentioned that this is a very dangerous and potentially life-threatening situation if you do not take cover. So anyone in the region of southern Manitoba, just to the east, southeast of Winnipeg, near St. Anne or Enola. Take cover as a possible tornado maybe on the ground. Wow, look at this very recent frame from the radar. You can see a tighter couplet occurring, winds moving in, the green representing towards the radar, and then red away. And you can see a new tornado warning has just been issued in this region. Yep, so they just extended the tornado warning northward into a new municipality. People in eastern Winnipeg near like Birds Hills or Oakbank, Dugald, might be questioning why they're under that warning as well. But that's because Canada issues it a little different than the US and actually has an entire municipality or region under a tornado warning rather than just a specific area. So let's see if we can switch to a correlation coefficient here to see if we have anything that might show a tornado on the ground. Correlation coefficient doesn't tell us anything concrete in terms of a possible tornado. But again, when we just saw on social media from an X post by Janelle, it did look like there was a funnel cloud coming down. Let me actually check on that again, see if there's any updates there. Any other pictures I could show you guys. Let's do a look for Manitoba. Yep. Reports of a weak tornado near Beulah, Manitoba. Let's see, is that our same region? Beulah, Manitoba. Okay. We don't have that on the search engine here, but the tornado that we might be having is now a rather impressive couplet just north of St. Anne, just south of Enola, Manitoba. These are small towns or suburbs to the southeast of Winnipeg. Let's see what you guys might be asking questions about currently. Robert on TikTok simply said, where are the tornadoes at right now? That's a good question because the only tornado warning we currently have is in Manitoba. That's this big region here, just to the east of Winnipeg. Winnipeg is kind of being slammed by some heavy hail right now, not necessarily a tornado, but areas to the south and east, as you can see by this tight rotational couplet with this bright green and bright red, where you're having these winds occurring, might be showing the rotation of a possible tornado right in here. And we did have that semi-confirmed, at least by social media, of a very convincing funnel cloud that was shown by Janelle on X. But in terms of where all the tornadoes at in general, we'll take away dual pane radar here and take a look at a wider view. We really just got severe thunderstorm warnings. So we have a strong severe thunderstorm that's kind of merging into one in western North Dakota near, I forget, is it Minot? How to pronounce this town in North Dakota. And it is moving, let's see. So now we have a hazard of 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts and ping pong ball-sized hail. The source now is train spotters reported a 75-mile-an-hour wind gust just 3 miles southeast of Garrison. So let's see, Garrison should be in this general area. And they reported a strong wind gust of 75 miles an hour just a few hours ago. So when you get that, obviously the National Weather Service sees that and has to issue a severe thunderstorm warning that says you certainly can have severe wind gusts up to 70 miles an hour in this entire region. That's why they boxed out a large region all the way from Stanley to Norwich in North Dakota. This whole area is at risk of seeing these stronger severe thunderstorm winds within the next, I'd say, hour to 75 minutes. Other than this main risk, though, we have some thunderstorms firing near the Badlands in southwest Nebraska and far northeast Colorado. No warnings in Colorado, but in southwest South Dakota and even parts of Nebraska, you have some severe thunderstorm warnings. This one is a 60-mile-an-hour wind gust. Has the warning on it. Let's see. We have another 60-mile-an-hour wind gust with quarter-sized hail possible. You have a small line moving into Gordon, which is just on the state border between Nebraska and South Dakota. This warning is for 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts. So let's see. On YouTube, we have a question on whether if these are advanced tools in the app. So for those of you just joining, this is the MyRadar app. I'm using the Windows desktop version, and you actually can have download this for free, and you get a lot of these features for free, including the outlooks, and you get to see the radar. But some of these and the specific severe thunderstorm warnings or any warnings you could ask for. However, some features that I'm using, like specifically the specific radar stations, are in the premium version of the app. So in the free version, you can still have classic. Here, let's go back to the high def radar. You can still do a dual pane, for example, with radar, and we'll go to satellite, for example. So if we take a wider look and see if the satellite fills in here slowly but surely, we have radar on our left, and then the satellite animation is loading, and we'll be able to get both of these at once. And you can see this is shown by the white clouds moving through the region. What started as just some individual plumes of storms up here in the Dakotas has since become a lot more defined areas of linear storms, if that makes sense. You get a lot more lines of storms rather than just individual discrete supercells. And let's see. All right, we're going to look back at Winnipeg again. The wind velocities with the couplets that I was using, those are premium features in the app because that's a per radar station feature. So we're going to go back to that actually, and I'll give you a look. We're in the dual pane, so we're going to go to radars. I'm going to select my handy radar here, just north of Winnipeg. This has been pretty clutch today. And then, you can see, wow, this is actually a pretty cool animation. So there's our satellite imagery coming through, and you can just see that plume that exploded as we moved through, had strong updrafts. You just see this expanding cloud that moved through as you went into Winnipeg. And I'm going to switch this to the local radar and see exactly, let's see, the velocity couplet that we were talking about earlier. So the tornado that we saw just north of St. Anne, heading towards Enola, this is southeast of Winnipeg. You can see it was a bit of a more impressive couplet earlier, perhaps. I mean, it still certainly doesn't look bad at all. It could very well still be producing a tornado, if not an impressive wall cloud and funnel cloud. But for now, the couplet seems to have weakened slightly. And like I mentioned, this is a per station radar feature. So let's see. Let me check back on social media, see if there's any new news on this tornado, if there might be one still on the ground near Westbourne. Okay. And just checking on social media. Peggy, thanks for joining. All you guys who are just joining now, my name is Will Cano. I am a meteorologist for MyRadar, and today we're forecasting the severe weather that is ongoing across the northern plains, in the Dakotas, parts of Minnesota, down into Nebraska, Kansas, and ultimately Oklahoma. And this is a unique setup because there is some tornado risk today. The Storm Prediction Center highlighted it as a 10% probability of a tornado occurring within 25 miles of any given point. That's kind of their metric for measuring tornadoes. But then they also put what's called a SIG 1 on it, which means any tornadoes that do form have a decent environment to work with, and they could become somewhat severe, perhaps EF2 range. But that really hasn't happened today. In fact, a lot of storm chasers have traveled to like the southeast region of North Dakota because that perhaps was the area that was going to see some of those discrete tornadoes. But rather than tornadoes there, we don't have much going on apart from severe severe thunderstorms in the northwest area of North Dakota, or the western area, just to the northwest of Bismarck. This storm up here is moving to the north, approaching Minot right now, and has still a tag for 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts, which is possible because spotters confirmed a 75-mile-an-hour wind gust earlier today. So that's a current storm there. We have no storms in eastern North Dakota. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning, or at least somewhat new, in northern South Dakota, getting into southern North Dakota. Always a mix up there. 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. And then this line that just moved through Hays. Let's take a look back in Kansas, see how this is looking. The extended severe thunderstorm warning, 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and nickel-sized hail. Okay, so this storm has slightly weakened. Actually, let's take a look at this storm in closer to southern Nebraska, near let's see, Holdridge. Yes, and okay, we have our first tornado warning in the States of the day. We are actually hovering right over it. I repeat, the first tornado warning in the US of the day. You can see it is here across the state line in southern Nebraska, covering Holdridge, Funk, Axtell, Wilcox, Reagan, Atlanta, Nebraska, all these towns, covering I-83 and parts of State Route 6, or rather than I-83, State Route 183 and State Route 6 as well. And let's take a look at exactly what this is looking like. The tornado warning is a warning of, let's see, it is just radar indicated rotation, and it'll be impacting areas like Reagan around 6:50 p.m., Funk around 7 p.m., and then Axtell around 7:05 p.m. This is all in Central Time, of course. So as I mentioned, this is the first tornado warning of the day. It's in southern Nebraska. Nebraska has an interesting kind of tornado surprise, you could say, today, where it's not the main risk area for tornado, but it does have an interesting instability lip where you're not going to be getting as much congealment of storms. So this storm is obviously able to have its own independent rotation. Let's take a look at the nearest velocity if we can do a dual pane radar here. We'll take a look at radars, find the nearest one. I would imagine, yes, here we are. KUEX. Take a look at this radar. Give it a second to load. Let's see. I'm also checking the chat, guys. Sorry if I'm ignoring you. It's not intentional. We just got the first tornado warning of the day, trying to take a look at this, and then we'll hit some other cities as well. Glenn on Facebook is saying from Ontario, just some clouds here. Good to know. Thank you, Glenn. Well, let's wait. Let's pick a better radar. This one's taking a little to load. Maybe we got it now. Give it a second. Okay. Let's see what we got. We got 6,000 people viewing on TikTok. Hello, everybody. My name's Will Cano, and also people viewing on all sorts of other platforms. We got YouTube, Facebook, we got Twitter/X, we have Twitch, a bunch of different platforms. Whoever you are, welcome. This is the MyRadar live stream. My name's Will Cano. I'm a meteorologist. I actually just graduated about 10 days ago. I got my meteorology degree from Cornell. So you could say this is my first big live stream being an official meteorologist. And I'm talking about the severe weather risk today across the Great Plains. And our first tornado warning just occurred in southern Nebraska near Holdridge. So that's what we're going to be looking at now. And let's see. We're going to switch off. I know it's a little shaded right now with our warnings. What we're going to do is take out fill shapes so you can just see the outline of this tornado warning. Perfect. We're going to switch to reflectivity is going to be on the right and velocity is going to be on the left. Give this a second to load. As you can see on the right here, our storm was moving in and it started to get a very strong, what this is likely, I'll give it a pause here towards the end, let you see it one more time as we play it. As the storm came in, you had some strong downbursts with those pinks and heavy rain, likely some hail as well. But then you see this little bit of blue down here. This blue is what they might call a rear flank downdraft, which is a very strong release of some hail and heavy rain in the back of the storm, that when you do that can create a nice little outflow, pushes some air around the front of the storm as well, that begins to form some rotation. And so our radar here is to the east. So what you see is some rotation we have coming in this way and then leaving this way. This kind of rotation has been able to push a lot of that air into the storm, making you form this little couplet we have. Right over the intersection, it looks like, of, yes, I-83 and, what was that I said earlier? I'm sorry, State Route 183 and State Route 6. This is in Nebraska. as well. And let's see. This is the first tornado warning we have today in Nebraska. This isn't too quote unquote impressive of a couplet. You typically look for some tighter rotation where it looks like two hands holding, truly like a couplet, almost like a yin and yang. You start to see this general bowing of the greens and the reds towards each other. Certainly warranted to get a tornado warning out of this, but I don't think this would be to produce a tornado within the next 5 or 10 minutes. We're going to continue to watch this as it occurs. Let's head back to our one confirmed tornado today, which is in southern Manitoba. I know some people in the chat are asking for that. Take a look back up here. Go to our Winnipeg radar. You can see, wow, look at some of these bright pinks here just to the east of Winnipeg. That is likely some solid hail, maybe getting up to tennis ball sized, falling just to the east of Winnipeg. And we still have our tornado warning, but it's not looking as convincing as it did before. So earlier today, when this storm was down closer to St. Anne, I can see if I can toggle back here. You can see St. Anne right here. This is the town I'm
above us here. So I'm gonna go north further. Well, I do have a tractor. What?
Oh, I just can't find my glasses case.
Okay. How long was I out for?
Yeah,
Okay. Gotcha. All right. Maybe I'm going to take a sip of water. You can keep them up for a second. How bad is
It's
that?
actually starting to sling rain around this IFD. Let's see what happens.
Okay.
It's right
Sounds
here
good.
in front of us. It's like retrograded a little west.
Apologies if there are any technical difficulties for you viewers at home. There might be some of the internet is a little unstable, but right now we have Jordan Hall stream.
It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen anywhere right directly in front of us.
Jack, what exactly is the town that he currently reads?
Straight up.
Oh, Lake Manitoba. Okay. Let's take a look if we can get. Yes, thank you. I'm gonna take a look here. Let's see, share. I'm gonna share my screen so I can show you guys the MyRadar app as well. Okay.
Well, I at least have a consolidated meso right here.
So Jordan Hall right now, as you can see, is pulling into the Winnipeg general region, looking at some of these storms in Manitoba. The town name.
Hey, we did get a tornado.
Let's see.
I mean, yeah.
Don't you guess? You got something.
I get more
Yep,
bummed
so
that I got
last
dirt
time we
in my
checked, I'm going to
coffee.
check social media again to see if we do have a
Can't
still
be
a
bummed.
tornado in Manitoba. I know we had some rotation earlier. He's in Shoal Lake.
That was cool.
Let's see. Some other chasers are with Jordan in Shoal Lake, it looks like.
Got a radar update going.
Let's see.
We're cutting east up here on the highway.
Shoal Lake, yes, just looks to be to the immediate east of Manitoba. It looks like you have a lowering wall cloud near that region as well. You saw the tornado earlier associated with that storm.
Really bad, but just couldn't
And
figure
let's
out
see, is there any
exactly where it was.
rotation that we can immediately see? In the app, I'm showing a dual pane between the velocity and then also looking at
Identified where that
the
cup was.
reflectivity. Where you see these bright pinks in the reflectivity, that's probably some heavy hail. They were warning of golf ball to tennis ball sized hail earlier in the region of Canada. In this region of southern Manitoba, rather. And then over near Enola, you can see they have a couplet as well that was more pronounced earlier. Let's go to the most recent frame. where Jordan is near Winnipeg. We'll pull up centrally located where the Shoal Lakes is again. Let's see. Shoal Lake water supply.
I get it.
Yes, just to the east of Winnipeg is where Jordan is driving. He's likely coming to intercept what could be a rotating mesocyclone or perhaps a tornado earlier. We had a tornado confirmed in both Dufrost, I believe was the town. Yes, Dufrost. And then it traveled to the northeast. It continued to rotate. It stayed a rotating mesocyclone. It dropped some really large hail in Winnipeg itself. And then as it moved to the northeast, near Enola and St. Anne, you had another confirmed tornado. And what you see here on the left side of my screen with some of these velocity couplets, now it's full screen in the app, a lot of different rotational couplets. And what that is showing is you have a lot of rotation within this larger mess of storms occurring in Manitoba in general. Let's take a look here. So we're having some, let's see, I'm checking the chat for questions on TikTok. I see what you guys are saying. Let's see, we have 6,500 people watching on TikTok. Welcome, guys. We got a report from Marcus on YouTube saying buildings are flooding in Winnipeg, about 2 inches of rain in the last 30 minutes. Let's take a look at that reflectivity again, just to show the rain that's fallen over Winnipeg. Wow. So yeah, take a look at this. This is starting at 5:59 p.m. That would be 4:59 p.m. Central Time. Rain was just starting to move into Winnipeg, had maybe already been raining for an hour or so. As you propagated, you got a quick break around, let's say, 5:17, and then some heavy rain that came through. Then you got your hail core that went through downtown Winnipeg around 7:05 p.m. And then ultimately pushed through the town, continued to get some heavy rain, and you now have another warning here. Let's see. For Winnipeg itself, a second tornado warning has been issued now for a cell that I think Jordan is on. That's likely what you're seeing on his live. That's kind of west of this main tornado we saw produce earlier near Enola, and might be a separate rotation. Let's check velocity. Yes, we have some different areas of rotation occurring throughout the Winnipeg region. It doesn't look like downtown Winnipeg would be subject to the tornado itself, but these areas just to the east are seeing the most rotation. Winnipeg, the main problem has been heavy rainfall, clearly, and then also we're getting quite a bit of rain, maybe a couple inches in the last few hours, if not a little bit more. Let's take a quick look back in the States, see if we have any more tornado warnings. We do have another tornado warning. This is now in North Dakota. Okay, let's take a look at this. Take a quick break away from Winnipeg. I know that's where Jordan is looking. Brief intermission to see what's going on in North Dakota. All right, let's see here. For those of you just joining, these are our first few tornado warnings in the United States of the day. We've been monitoring a continuous tornado warning and perhaps an ongoing tornado in areas of southern Manitoba, just to the east of Winnipeg. And we now have Jordan Hall. He's our storm chaser on that storm. Matthew Cappucci, meanwhile, is in North Dakota and is looking at some of these storms. However, the first tornado warning in the northern plains in terms of the Dakotas just fired just east of Minot. I always forget how to pronounce the name of the town. Remind me in the chat if you can. But this is in North Dakota. We're looking at velocity now. Take a look at reflectivity. So you can see what we already have is just a big mess of storms, right? And you can see how it's moved through already. It kind of started off less organized, maybe a little more discrete. And then as it grew in strength, it also grew in scale and kind of clumped together. It's moved towards the north and east, and ultimately has produced this tornado warning. And let's see what this is saying. In North Dakota, this is just radar indicated rotation. Take a look at velocity. We'll do a couple different tilts. So you can see once again, we have this strong blues here, which is very strong wind gusts, perhaps part of a rear flank downdraft that might be enhancing some rotation that is occurring within a storm. And that's why they might have issued this tornado warning. Not seeing any major couplet here. I want to check back down to Nebraska, see how that tornado warning is doing, and if it looks any different than it did earlier near Holdredge. Switching back to Nebraska. Wow, so you truly have rather than the tornado, I think the main concern at this point is a very strong outflow boundary to the east of Wilcox. Probably just came through Wilcox. Where there would be a tornado is likely near Holdridge now. Doesn't look too convincing of a signature. We'll check the. Let's take a look at this now. Yes, the tornado warning just once again says radar indicated rotation. So you can see how this has moved over the last few minutes. Zoom out a little. Okay, so this was our storm this is crossing from Kansas into southern Nebraska. As it approached, and I'll show you the radar next, this is just the reflectivity rather, this is just the velocity couplet. As it moved north, you can see it's formed a little bit of a hook echo here, or rather than a hook echo, a couplet, where you had reds and greens next to each other. That means winds are starting to circulate, moving in different directions in very close proximity to each other. All fancy words to say rotation started in the lower levels of the atmosphere. As this continued to move north towards Holdridge, you saw that couplet continue, but these blues started to pop up near Reagan, and you started to get very, very strong wind gusts popping into that region. And I'm going to bet when we switch to reflectivity here, you might see a bit of a bowing segment. And that does look like what we have. You can see we had this rainfall and this bit of started to see how this bows out. When you have a bowing segment like this, it's indicative of strong winds coming out of this region all throughout here. The cause, as I mentioned, is you have very heavy rainfall that expels all of its cold air. Once the wind and rain hits the surface, it has to move outward, so it moves out as a flow. That's why it's called an outflow boundary. Ultimately impacted places like Reagan as it moved through and produced some of those heavier downburst thunderstorms and heavier winds. So let's check the latest look at velocity. The tornado warning is still continuing because at the top of this kind of outflow boundary, you might have had some winds pushed against winds traveling another direction that might be causing some rotation near Holdridge, but it doesn't seem to be producing anything too significant right now, at least not on the look of radar. We'll keep getting reports from any chasers that might be saying it was significant or not, but for now, areas like Wilcox, as I mentioned earlier, like Funk might have gotten some pretty strong Reagan, some pretty strong wind gusts in Nebraska. This is heading towards Minden, Kearney in Nebraska as well. Hildreth, I believe this is now in Kansas, which would be Hildreth, or perhaps, yes, far, far northern Kansas. No, I'm sorry. That's still in Nebraska. Would be getting these wind gusts as well soon. We got Soph on TikTok saying another tornado warning in Winnipeg. These are, yes, so today we have, let's do a double check, go back to the main weather loop, and then we'll go back to Winnipeg. That seems to be the storm of the day so far. We have a third tornado warning. Okay, so things have gotten exciting here quickly, at least in the US. So the main story today, if you're just joining, has been a tornado warning that has propagated throughout southern Manitoba. It has impacted areas near Winnipeg, such as St. Anne, up here, and then also a confirmed tornado occurred earlier near Dufrost and Enola. This storm has also dropped really heavy rain on Winnipeg downtown itself and also some large hail. And so from what I'm seeing in the chat, we're getting reports of broken trees and down power lines in this area, not only from the tornado, but because of heavy rain or not heavy rain, but the strong wind gusts that have moved through after that heavy rain. So Winnipeg itself has gotten the battering from rain and hail, but just areas to the east have had a couple confirmed tornadoes. I'm going to check on those in quite literally just a second. I just want to see what this other tornado warning is doing literally at the border of the United States and Canada near Crosby. Is this still South Dakota or North Dakota rather? Or if we pushed into Montana? Yes, this is maybe, let's see, we are about 40 miles east of the Montana-North Dakota border near Crosby. We have another tornado warning. This one was just issued. It's the latest one. It's the third in the United States of today, even though, again, the main story has been Winnipeg. We have a tornado and golf ball-sized hail possible. Let's take a look at our radar reflectivity. Actually, I'm going to switch to a better radar that is closer to Crosby. Bit of a radar hole here, but we can still take a look using the Minot radar. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, wow, this is a far stretch for this town. Okay. I see everyone asking to go to Manitoba. We sure will. I just want to check on this very quickly. This is in North Dakota. Okay, still have a decent couplet. Perhaps rather than a couplet, you just see that gate-to-gate shear I mentioned earlier, where you have greens and reds, winds moving in opposite directions, very close to each other, which can cause some rotation. This might be a bit of a rear flank downdraft here with these whites or reds, and it might be causing some of the tornado to kind of, not the tornado, but the mesocyclone to rotate a little further. We'll check back on our U.S. tornado warnings in a second. Let's go back to Winnipeg, though. Really interesting. These two red boxes here, that's your tornado warnings. They look a lot different than they would in the United States. And the reason is, in Canada, they issue tornado warnings. Okay, sounds good. We're going to take up Jordan's screen right now. Jordan's got a nice looking wall cloud, it seems. I'm going to take a look at that myself, or at least a nice shelf, perhaps. Let's see. Oh, yeah, Jordan near Shoal Lake. That is a substantial wall cloud he's looking at. Let's take a look here at some radar. Get back to reflectivity and our Winnipeg radar. Let's see if we can see what he's seeing.
Hold on, I got a flip you. That was my road.
Okay, I need to find out exactly where Shoal Lake is to make sure I get the proper.
I'm fine. You're pointing out random stuff. I'm getting caught off guard. That's
So
not where it should
Shoal
be
Lake.
spin. Like, yeah, there's gonna be a little
maps.
eddies, but the main spin's gonna be on that wall
I
cloud.
know.
Okay.
I understand. I'm just shocked. Like everywhere I look, I'm like, water spots. My ears are popping.
That's just the wind going over the car.
Okay. So Shoal Lake is associated with this other storm actually to the northwest of Winnipeg. Here we got Shoal Lake. Let's see how this is looking on velocity. This is currently what you're seeing on the main feed. Jordan Hall is chasing this storm near Shoal Lake. You can see it's trying to rotate. It has this red and green next to each other, so you're getting this gate-to-gate wind shear, we call it. As we move in the radar, you can see you have these reds and greens approaching next to each other. That results in that lowering of the cloud, which Jordan sees. Again, this is Shoal Lake near Manitoba. This is western Manitoba, getting closer to Saskatchewan. We've moved a little bit away from Winnipeg. Let's see. People are asking, how do I watch Jordan stream in Shoal Lake? He's streaming live in our app, or also right here. I know if you're asking from TikTok, you might not be able to see Jordan's stream. Do you know, Jack? Are they able to see? Okay, yeah. So TikTok doesn't allow. Makes sense. So for those of you wondering, we cannot show storm chasers on TikTok just because TikTok flags it as if we're the ones driving and putting ourselves in a dangerous situation. This is a problem we and many other weather companies that are trying to stream a live stream during a storm chase have had. It's frustrating, but if you do want to see Jordan stream, you can go into our app. It's free to download. His stream is there. Also, we have a platform on X, which is live streaming his feed. And I believe our Twitch and Facebook streams should be showing his feed as well. Is that correct, Jack?
Well, I can see the mezzo.
Yes. Okay. So just about every platform we're streaming on, except for TikTok, will be showing that the storm that Jordan is on. And as I can describe it right now, he's pretty close to Shoal Lake. He's looking at possible rotation and a lowering wall cloud near the region. While he looks at that, I'm going to take a quick look back at our storms in Winnipeg, see how these are doing. I know we have a lot of people in the chat that seems to be interested in this. Let's see. Winnipeg, once again. Let me take a quick look on social media, see if anyone sees. Yes. So yeah, Winnipeg has had some serious looking structure. They've had some tornadoes around, but nothing has hit downtown, at least in downtown Winnipeg, in terms of a tornado. You've had a lot of hail and a lot of rain. Doesn't look like any tornado is moving into the downtown itself, but you do still have two tornado warnings issued for Winnipeg itself, the downtown, but then also to the east of Winnipeg, where we had a tornado confirmed earlier. And Jack, if you ever want to pull up Jordan's feed again, let me know when he gets something good and we'll go back to his storm. Okay, let's take a look. We can do the push now. Probably we're getting some good tornado warnings. Okay. All right. Let's see. We got 7,400 people viewing on TikTok. Uh, People saying Winnipeg is. I'm hearing Winnipeg's pretty rough. I'm not surprised. Uh, Winnipeg will take. Okay. Okay. So for those of you just joining us, hello, my name is Will Cano. I'm a meteorologist for MyRadar. I just graduated last week from Cornell University. I officially have my meteorology degree, and today we are tracking severe weather across the North Central Plains and into Canada. We have a storm chaser in Jordan Hall, who is in Shoal Lake in western Manitoba, which is in southern Canada. And we also have storm chaser Matthew Cappucci in North Dakota. We will be pulling up their feeds regularly. Now, if you're on TikTok and you're just joining, you might not be able to see the storm chaser feeds. That's because TikTok doesn't let us show storm chasers because it thinks we're driving and putting ourselves at risk. So if you would like to see our chaser feeds, please go to the app that some of you might have just joined from. You can also check out our storm chaser feed on X, on Facebook, on Twitch, etc. But if you're just joining on our app, currently the situation is a tornado warning in Winnipeg, also to the immediate east of Winnipeg from the Environment Canada offices. We also have a tornado warning near Shoal Lake. That's the storm that Jordan Hall is on. I'm going to pull to those soon. And in the US, we have 3 tornado warnings and a bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings. Correction, is now 2 tornado warnings. The one that was in Nebraska has now become outflow dominant down here. I'll show you the high def radar as a wider view. So down here near Holdredge, we had a tornado warning that became very outflow dominant. We probably had some 60 plus mile an hour wind gusts that came through areas like, let's see, Wilcox or Reagan. Some of these, the severe thunderstorm warning is still warning of 70 mile an hour wind gusts. There was a 75 mile an hour wind gust reported earlier in northern Kansas. That tornado warning has dissipated. We have 2 tornado warnings left in the states, both of which are in North Dakota. This one up here, near Minot. Again, if I'm pronouncing the town correctly, please correct me, apologies. But this is radar indicated rotation. We'll take a look real quick at velocity, rather reflectivity, switch to the local radar and see what we can get on that. And then our other tornado warning is up here near Crosby. That's about 30 miles east of the Montana border. So first taking a look here, let's see if we can switch to velocity. We don't have very much of an impressive couplet going on with this tornado warning. You can see this will likely be canceled soon, if I could guess, similar to the Nebraska one that we just had. Looking in the past, we had a bit of a couplet that occurred, and when I say couplet, that's referring to winds starting to move in opposite directions very close to each other. When that occurs, you have rotation that forms near the surface. It's part of a larger rotating mesocyclone in your thunderstorm. That can produce a wall cloud and ultimately a tornado. But a couplet is what it looks like on this velocity feature on radar. And again, this is all within the free MyRadar app. You can see as we move forward in time, this did have a bit of a couplet, perhaps here, as we had a rear flank downdraft overtake and get some heavy winds in here to kind of stir up some rotation. But it's since become pretty straight line and don't have much going on. So let's take a look now here in North Dakota. I'm going to switch back to reflectivity because my goodness, look at these pinks. If we look at our DBZ, which is a measure of radar, you can see we have 72 value of DBZ in here. 72 is extremely high. That means that you likely have large hailstones. The radar is being sent out and hitting large objects and coming back and saying, wow, either they're large objects or very heavy objects falling, meaning like heavy rainfall falling at the moment. So you can see here, we have these like 70 dBz in North Dakota. This is also tornado warned in Northwest North Dakota. But velocity, it's not unimpressive, certainly. You had a bit of a couplet then. It's a little far out from the radar extent. You're starting to reach the edge of this particular radar. Maybe we can switch to a different one. Let's see if we switch to Canadian radar. Does this get a little bit closer? The Crosby area in North Dakota is in a bit of a hole. So we'll take a look there at this tornado warning. And then I'm going to hop back to I believe I'll hop back to Winnipeg. We have a lot of people asking about Winnipeg. Winnipeg is safe, yes, but it's also been really dangerous today with a lot of heavy rain. They had large hail core go through downtown, likely some flash flooding going on. I'm seeing some reports of ambulances moving through the city for some rescues. In some regard, that's a very vague statement. That's all I've just heard quickly as doing this live stream. But also, you had some confirmed tornadoes to the south and east of Winnipeg itself that have been pretty notable, at least in terms of their radar signature and also some confirmed reports on social media. Those are the only confirmed reports of tornadoes today. Now, when we refer to Canada in general, Jordan Hall is also on the Shoal Lakes rotation that is in western Manitoba. Jack, our cameraman, is going to let me know when to switch to his feed if anything looks like it's truly rotating. Okay, sounds good. So that's his feed you're seeing right now. There's not too much. He's just driving around trying to find some rotation. That's what's going on in Canada. But after this, I'm going to jump quickly to the Winnipeg storm. But for now, I'll pull it back to see the rotation on this storm near Crosby. This tornado warning is still just it's warning of a tornado and baseball-sized hail. So there you go, baseball-sized hail. That's almost 3 inches across. You're getting serious hail. Like I said, you saw that bright pink, the 72 dBz. This is producing a lot of hail. The Dakotas, you should not sleep on in terms of hail. A little fun fact, the largest ever recorded hailstone in the United States occurred in Vivian, South Dakota. And it was 8 inches across in diameter. So the Dakotas sure have a way of producing large hail, and this storm is no exception. We'll head back to reflectivity because velocity doesn't look all too impressive. But man, look at this hail core. I mean, you can see this is a 72 dBz. We might have a 73 reading in here somewhere. I mean, that's just very impressive for a supercell. It's got some rotation to it, likely not producing a tornado, but it is in a bit of a radar hole. So I'll be checking social media to see if any chasers are up on near that storm. Let's see. We can also check here. Correlation coefficient tells us about the size of things in the atmosphere compared to everything else. So for example, if the radar is looking at just a rain shower, everything's the same size. It's a bunch of little raindrops. But when you have a supercell that's really tall and forms a lot of large hailstones, correlation coefficient will tell us, hey, wait, we have a lot of different sized objects. There's probably like something going on here because not everything's the same. That's what these darker colors are associated with. And you can see here we have a much smaller matching of, or a much smaller correlation. Only about 70% matches each other, meaning that those hailstones are really large compared to the raindrops that are falling. Okay, so now that we've taken a look at this storm, we'll go back out real quick, see if there are any other tornado warnings that have come up. We'll take a look back at these haze storms later today. Brief note, we had Nashville under a flash flood warning. It is still under a flash flood warning. They've had quite a bit of rain today. Most of the severe threat has diminished for now, perhaps might ramp up in the overnight hours again, but nothing really in the ways of tornadoes expected, just some stronger thunderstorms and obviously heavy rain with a very saturated ground already. Otherwise, we've had some storms move through Illinois near Lake Terre Haute. These are now severe warned. They're in a marginal. I'll come up and look at those soon as well. But for now, let's go back to Winnipeg. That's been the main concern. And wow, you can actually see if we're going to have any discrete storms or storms that are doing well individually on their own, it's going to be here in Canada. This is looking at southwest Manitoba into Saskatchewan as well. These are the southern central provinces of Canada. And all these storms look pretty impressive because they're very discrete. They're individual. In fact, we were just looking at this strong radar core in North Dakota. Take a look at this one near Regina. Jack, do you know, is that the correct pronunciation? Is it Regina? If there's someone in the chat who wants to correct me, feel free to let me know. This is another strong radar core getting up close to 70 dBz again. So you likely have baseball-sized hail associated with this. And this is moving towards the town of Regina as well. Let's see, it's moving northward, just seemed to fire. And then, yeah, so that's obviously a little bit further west. We go near Shoal Lake. This is the storm that Jordan was on earlier. Let me take off that. Shoal Lake is still under a tornado warning. I've mentioned this a couple times if you've already joined, but tornado warnings look a lot different in Canada. That's because we have well, as you can see, we have a huge square here rather than a little polygon talking about where the storm might be going. That's because Canada, Environment Canada, which is the National Weather Service equivalent in Canada, Environment Canada issues tornado warnings based on municipalities or communities rather than where the storm is going. So they can say, sure, a tornado might be in this far northern edge, but we're going to warn the whole community, even to the south, just because they all maybe act together or something like that for emergency management. That can have its positives or negatives, but once it moves out of the region, they would continue the region further. So anyway, that's why the tornado warning looks a little different. We'll check velocity here. And you can see a lot of a big mess in here. These greens and reds are winds moving towards and away from the radar respectfully. So you can see some rotation might be occurring where those winds get really close to each other. And this is what Jordan was on earlier. Jack, does Jordan have anything on his feed or not quite going on right now? Okay, we'll pull up Jordan's feed real quick. That's what he's showing. He's trying to drive around this storm, but it's kind of looked like it's become a little linear, not really a supercell that's rotating as much anymore. This, for those of you asking on TikTok, we're currently looking at Manitoba. This is southern Canada. I'll zoom out a little bit so you get your bearings. But I'm zooming in here because that's the feed that Jordan Hall is showing. If you're on TikTok, you can't see his storm chaser feed. That's because TikTok takes down our videos when we show chaser feed. It thinks we're driving and we're doing dangerous activity. That's not the case, but I digress. We have our chaser feeds on other platforms such as X, Facebook, etc. So let's move over again to Winnipeg. Winnipeg has been the real story today. It still has a tornado warning to the east of downtown, and obviously a severe thunderstorm warning in the town itself. So if anyone in the chat can help me here, this is what the severe thunderstorm warning is mentioning in Winnipeg. It says we have wind damaging from 90 to 110 kilometers per hour. That's like 75 to 90 miles an hour. Hail up to toonie size hail has been reported. What is a toonie? Do we know what this is? From those of you inside, or from those of you in Canada, do you know what a toonie is? You can see it mentioned here. If you have any question, if you have any idea, just let me know. It's like a coin. It's a type of coin. $2 coin. Thank you guys. I appreciate it. A toonie is a $2 coin. I imagine, can you give me an estimate of how big it might be? It's apparently bigger than a quarter, kind of like a $50 or something like that. Maybe an inch and a half across or something like that. Size of a walnut. Okay. So in Winnipeg, you had toonie-sized hail come through earlier. That is a coin in Canada, and it is about the size of a walnut, maybe a little bit larger than a quarter, to $50 size for those of you from the States, like the size of your eye. Okay, it's like $2. Great. So that's what has been going on in Winnipeg. You had that come through earlier, in addition to a bunch of hail that moved through. Let's take a look here. A bunch of hail and then also a bunch of rain. You still have a tornado warning, perhaps a little bit of a couplet here to the southwest of Enola. Man, this region just keeps getting this rotation coming through. Sometimes it's important to change the tilt of your radar so you can look at different layers in the atmosphere. So you still have rotation in the second layer, which is a little higher. We'll switch to the third layer as well. Yep, still got some rotation. And then to the fourth layer, let's take it, see if we check all four off. Yeah, so you still have some rotation to the southwest of Enola. This is only now, let's see. We're talking 12 miles southeast of Winnipeg. You might be having some decent rotation, probably some interesting clouds. Northwest Winnipeg, and we are getting a tornado warning on our phones. So northwest Winnipeg. Yes, Jack, what's up? Or is that? Okay. Yeah, if we want to pull to that real quick. Jack is, our editor is just mentioning to me that we have a camera in Kearney, Nebraska that has an interesting look at the severe thunderstorm. So I'm going to leave Winnipeg for now. While we look at that camera in Nebraska, I'm going to stay updated with the chat to see, and the chat and also social media to see what might be going on in terms of a tornado near Winnipeg. But for now, here, I'll pull up the radar. Jack, if you want to pull up that camera near Kearney in Nebraska. Awesome. Yeah, so you can see we got quite a bit of rain going on. And not just that, some heavy, strong wind. Let's see if we can pull up velocity tilt 1 near the surface. Okay. Yeah, that's what live look out of Kearney, Nebraska. That's southern Nebraska. Maybe like looks like a decent chunk from the Canada border at this point, or that Canada. Apologies. The Kansas border. This is Kearney is about 45 miles north of the Canada border. I was just in that area storm chasing myself last week, actually. We graduated college, and then me and a bunch of buddies drove out to the plains, storm chased for 9 days, and drove back. So, a very cool part of the country that not a lot of people get to see. But as you're seeing right now in this camera, Kearney, Nebraska is getting quite a bit of rain and also some stronger winds. This little bow you see here, maybe this little like almost like an archer's bow, that's an outflow boundary. And you can see, let's go back here. As we get the heavy rain to fall, it pushes out heavy rain towards or away from the storm, rather, if that makes sense. So let's see. As this storm moves through Kearney, you can see that strong outflow begins to form. I will see if I can control this. Yeah, there we go. So again, if you're just joining, this is a live look at our camera we have in Kearney. As we push north and east, the storm drops a lot of heavy rain. That rain and cold air and wind has to go somewhere. It hits the ground and it travels out. And sometimes that can travel faster out than the storm is moving itself. So in the next few frames here, you'll see 1, 2, 3. Boop, you get a bit of an outflow boundary right alongside here. I know it's kind of small because we have the camera as the main feed, but that's fine. I want you guys to see what the rain actually looks like. That's our outflow boundary, which is just wind associated with the storm. It's the wind's getting out ahead of the storm, if that makes sense. So Kearney just probably got a nice gust of wind, and the heavy rain is going to move in over the next 10 minutes. So while we watch this live stream of the camera, I'm going to be checking social media to see what's going on in Winnipeg. I know that's probably the biggest storm of the day so far. And also if chasers have any other news with regards to some storms. So keep asking in the chat if you have other stuff going on, and I'll pull up some cool footage from Winnipeg. Okay. Cool. So gotcha. Okay. For Jordan, let me see. Yeah, last time I checked for Jordan, it wasn't too impressive. Let's pop out of here real quick. We still in the States have our 2 tornado warnings in northwest North Dakota. We're gonna head real quick towards Shoal Lake. And Jack, what did you say was the town he's in? Strathclair. Yep. Yep. Looks on the same route as Route 16 as Shoal Lake. Let's see here, velocity. Yeah, he's definitely chasing a little bit of rotation. I'm sure that's some cool cloud structure, but there's not too much in the ways of a tornado. At least it doesn't look like it. Does it look like that on his feed? Or just like some heavy rain, probably? Yeah, it looks like it. Yeah. So looks like some heavy rain, perhaps a rain shaft associated with this Strathclair storm that Jordan Hall is on. You're getting some heavy rain, but apart from that, you don't have too much rotation associated with this. Jordan might be going to chase another storm, even though he's in a tornado warning currently. Jack, I have some social media footage I want to pull up from Winnipeg that's been interesting. I'm going to try to share my screen if that's okay. Okay. I got to put it in the proper box. 1 second. Okay. So this is footage from, let's see, this is Winnipeg earlier. Let me see if I can make this a little bit bigger for you guys. Yes, okay. So here, this is footage from Winnipeg earlier showing some of the flooding that occurred. You just got so much rain that came through. Corey Penner posted this 17 minutes ago. The southbound lane in downtown Winnipeg, under a lot of heavy rain, this bridge, underpass rather, has been flooded. Some cars are trying to drive through. Obviously, the slogan is turn around, don't drown. It gets very dangerous to drive through even 6 inches of water, and that's clearly exceeded here in the southbound lane of downtown Winnipeg. So you've had some really heavy rainfall there. You can see it even pouring over some of the guardrails from perhaps a river outside of there. We also have had some cool cloud structure. You can see some scud clouds or stratocumulus, or scattered cumulus under deck, rather, some low cumulus clouds that look really interesting. I saw another. This is a really cool looking wall cloud coming down from a supercell. This is Meteo 1979 posted this near southeast Winnipeg. 15 millimeter hail. This is a big wall cloud structure as well. I believe this might be AI. I can't immediately tell, but this doesn't look quite like the same structure we've seen throughout the day. There's one other one I wanted to show. Yeah, this is another view of that cloud in Winnipeg. Truly looked pretty stark. That might have been producing the tornado later on or perhaps before this. And look at this hail that fell in Winnipeg. We saw perhaps the toonie-sized hail. This looks a little bit smaller, maybe like pea size, but quite a bit of it if it's able to accumulate like that with some really heavy winds. You see the trees shaking and being impacted by the hail as well. So, Jack, I'll switch it back to the MyRadar now. Just give me 1 second. But clearly a lot of stuff going on in Winnipeg. That's probably, like I said, been the storm of the day with regards to severe weather. We do have, this is a pretty decent look if you want discrete storms. Jordan right now is staying on this Shoal Lake storm. It doesn't look as bad now. Let's see, he's near Strathclair, still chasing some possible rotation in there, and we'll switch to his feed if it gets a little more really promising with regards to a possible rotation or tornado. But for now, let me go back to the TikTok live chat, and we can see what else people want to check out. And before I do that, yes, we still have our 2 tornado warnings in the US. So let me switch back to weather loops. Let's see if we can put on some satellite animation and let that load. But for now, I'll give you guys a quick recap. My name is Will Cano. I am a meteorologist for MyRadar. I am recently graduated. I just graduated from college a week and a half ago. So this is my first live stream being an official meteorologist. Up here, I have the live view of the MyRadar app pulled up. I have Jack working with me to produce this live stream. We have, excuse me, Jordan Hall and Matthew Cappucci, their chaser feeds as well. Jordan Hall is chasing a storm near Shoal Lake in Manitoba. Cappucci is in North Dakota chasing storms where we have 2 tornado warnings currently. And we're following this large range of enhanced risk extending down from the Dakotas, Minnesota, into Kansas and Nebraska, even down into the Oklahoma Panhandle. I see someone on YouTube just said, greetings from Dallas, the base of Tornado Alley. We sure don't have too much going on down there today, some nicer weather. But as you see this screen load, we're going to get hopefully some animated satellite footage to come up and show you what's going on across the country. You have nightfall occurring across the East Coast. The sun is probably starting to set in areas near Central Time, maybe another hour of daylight or so, as these storms continue to move through the evening. And the main progression that's going to happen today is our tornado threat is going to be initial, so now over the next hour or so. And then as we move to the east, as our storms continue to move east, as you can see by these clouds starting to clump together, as these storms move east, they'll kind of form into a line rather than discrete individual storms. That line will be capable of producing some stronger wind gusts, over 60 miles an hour, maybe 70 or 80 miles an hour. And as it does move east, it'll impact areas like Grand Forks, Fargo, Sioux Falls, even areas in Nebraska like Kearney's already being impacted. We had their feed up earlier. But this line of storms will move through easterly and impact areas, especially in the Dakotas, with some heavier wind. That's the main story in the States. In Canada, we've had some interesting weather. Winnipeg has seen quite a bit of heavy rainfall. Some flooding is being reported. In addition, we've seen quite a bit of hail in Winnipeg. Some large toonie-sized hail, which is a coin in Canada that's similar to like a $50 size, a little bit larger than a quarter. And the chat was very helpful with helping me with that one, understanding what that meant. And we still have a tornado warning east of Winnipeg where we've seen a couple of touchdowns of a tornado. In addition, we have Jordan Hall on this system near Shoal Lakes, and I believe it is pronounced, Strathclair. He's chasing a storm over there as well, which we're going to check to that radar soon. But if you guys are just joining, let me know what questions you have. Someone says right now near Winnipeg it's flooded. We want to check North Dakota again. I'll give all of these a check as well. Let's see. Oh yeah, and real quick, I've been meaning to get to areas in Indianapolis. I see someone on YouTube asking about Indianapolis. Let me check on that real quick. Give me a second to grab a sip of water. Okay. Let's see here. All right. Checking these storms near Indianapolis. These look like 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, winds possible with this storm on the southern end. Also 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. This is just in the marginal, the level that is a 1 out of 5 risk across Indianapolis. It just passed through like Terre Haute, like I said, heading towards Indianapolis. So these aren't expected to get too severe, but it is going to bring some lightning and perhaps some stronger wind gusts up to 60 miles an hour. It is a bit of a stronger storm than perhaps expected in that region. And let's see here. Any other? I'm using the free to download MyRadar app. 2 tornado warnings near Minot, North Dakota. Let's see. Stanley, North Dakota has some storms coming towards it as well. I know somebody wanted me to check on Minot. Let's see. You still have a tornado warning to the north and east, but it's not producing much. If anything, you have a Boeing severe thunderstorm warning. Let's check on that. 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. So I'm going to pause this, and you can see we have a Boeing segment here. This is kind of starting to bow and produce strong wind gusts as you travel to the north here. It's just momentum. As it bows, the middle part travels faster, starts to travel outward, and you get strong wind gusts in this whole region as the storm approaches. So to the northeast of Minot, you're going to see these like 70-plus-mile-an-hour wind gusts, and ultimately, let's check velocity. I'm sure this looks pretty decent on velocity. Let's see the nearest radar station. This radar. We'll give it a second to load. Yeah, wow. Let's talk about some strong wind gusts here. Oh, upwards of, wow. I mean, this is obviously mixing from higher in the atmosphere, so it's not quite this at the surface, but some signatures for 88-knot winds occurring. Now, obviously, that's higher than just the surface, but up here to the northeast of Minot, North Dakota, you're probably getting some serious wind gusts. Possibly getting, possibly upwards of 70 to 80 miles an hour. I wouldn't be too surprised if that can mix down to the surface. Let's see. Let's check on our tornado warning. It's about to leave the United States into Canada. Tornadoes do not care about country borders. So you can see tornado and baseball-sized hail is the warning. It's still a possible warning, not anything like confirmed or anything like that. So that's where we currently stand with that one. Let's see. And you still have just a large hail core on that. Probably got some baseball-sized hail earlier with this guy. Impressive. Yeah, 74 dBz. Haven't seen that high in quite a bit. That was a little bit earlier. And then we go through. Let's see. Jack, is my connection still okay? My computer made a weird noise. Okay, I think I gotta reconnect my mouse. It might have come undone real quick or something. I think that's the sound. So give me 1 second. If you want to take it like Jordan's feed real quick, I'm gonna fix this mouse. Okay. Jack, if you want to keep it on Jordan's feed for a second, I'm going to take a quick break. I'll be back in a couple minutes. Sounds good. For those of you on TikTok, I'm going to take a quick
I
break
don't
and then
know.
I'll be
It's
back
just
in
Planet of
just a couple
Hog.
minutes. I had to fix my mouse and then have to go check on the internet downstairs. But I will be back real quick and I will be looking at the other places you guys are interested. So give me a couple minutes and I'll be right back soon on TikTok.
What's the opposite of putty flickum sweet?
What's this guy trying to do?
No idea.
Is it a chaser?
Okay. Well, this is a cluster.
Was that you in the dust? Was that you in the dust?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I was. We were.
Do you want to see it?
Yeah. We were in it, and then I thought it was like insane inflow surge, and then it went up, and I'm like, are we in the 24 right now?
How's it going?
That's so sick.
We're
trying to keep it on. Yeah, that's why I was like, what is happening here? We're about to. That's such a sick shot. Can you imagine it all piped out and you just got it condensing? That was so fun. They were coming down the road behind us when the bus came.
Awesome.
I was like, what's going on? Oh my god! What if it was just Bradshaw right there?
So I was like ready. Like this is proof that if like I think you guys are about to like get hit by a tornado, I will be fine.
Oh, absolutely, as you
That's
should.
true, 'cause I'm
Yeah.
Hold the line! Hold on!
And then when it started like ghost training down that road, I turned into the windshield into it because I was like, that's rocks that'll break out your side.
The RFD, there's a trash can on one side.
I'm happy you had a good time.
Across, like, you got
Have a great day.
Yeah, that didn't pipe out.
There was like so close. Like the big walk-off was like toward north.
What up, dog?
And it was sick because like it was like the RFD gust front was like shelfy from it, and then all like coiled up and just carved out.
Dude,
I'm like,
that mezzo, the RFD and that mezzo was fuck beating the shit out of me. That was that guy's like an elderly dude. Good, keep up with you guys. This is the best day I've had in a long time.
Storm chaser?
No, it's just an old dude. It's an elderly dude who was like, storm chase, I'm gonna follow him and see what I can get.
Jesus
Because that was a hell of a time.
Literally like.
He was just
Canadian.
chasing us. There's another mezzo right
I
there.
said this is literally
Looks like
proof
crap.
that if like a tornado's condensing on them, it's about to roll them, I'll be like.
That's hilarious. I didn't even see you come down that road, and then I just see Sierra shows me the video. I'm like,
We were right there.
imagine if it piped out.
We kept cutting across each other.
That's hilarious. I didn't even notice until you passed me. I was like, oh, there goes Jordan. And then we were coming through Shoal Lake. I was just like, yelling at me. I'm like, oh, let's get it, Jordan. We look over there and a pipe just comes down.
Dude, I didn't know where to look. It was like everywhere I looked. It was
Yeah, it's all
There was little eddies everywhere. There was a little quick tornado way early on. It was one of the little brief ones that there's no, but a little swirl.
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
we saw that, like, really dark dirt.
It was definitely a tornado.
Yeah.
It's a good time.
Yeah, everywhere I freaking looked,
It
I was
gets-
just
it's pretty fun.
for shit. I would like look up,
Oklahoma.
sit in
Yes,
front of
sir.
a bunch of
Here, I
right
think I got
there,
it.
like there was like rain curtains.
Like, how?
I don't know.
I'll give you.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, and then it was cool seeing the when it was kind of getting its out together, like in the middle. It was cool to see the rain bands visually like start wrapping around it.
Well, the RFD, like, instead of just being straight east, it started going. And I was like, oh, it's pretty terminal. Like, it literally doesn't know where it wants to go. Like, I'm gonna need you.
I just look at his phone, like, fuck! Good luck.
Drink a beer for me. I will.
I was ready to put my hood in that thing.
Dude, we were both. I was like,
Literally literally when we both turned on that east road, like, let's go get it, Jordan, fucking get it.
I thought you were like trying to get away. Your car is just like, and then I was like, oh shit.
Man, Rigsby's dead.
I'm like, oh, it's
That's so
condensing
cool with the
right
converging area.
Like,
He was
right on.
ripping at 90 plus.
I accidentally tuned out.
90
Dude,
plus.
We're good. We noticed it coming from this way first, and then I looked over there and see it go straight on. We were just eating rocks the whole time, dude. Bunch of eddies.
That was fun though. I thought today was game over.
I was so over it.
Yeah.
I was like,
And then
Why am I muddy?
Max pointed out the spunts to the west, and we were talking about how they can keep just like firing south of each other and grab the front and have the best chance.
Well,
and
I wanna get
we picked
rained
the
on.
right choice.
I thought that was gonna be early on. I thought that was just gonna be the beginning of our line. And I
Yeah.
was like, that's definitely not it because it's forming way further west. I was like, maybe that's something. And then I started going west, and I was like, oh, Rigsby's over here too.
I think it was straddling the front too, like having issues actually latching onto it. I think the low levels were a little messed up.
I don't think the warm front lifted as hard as it was supposed to.
Are these
It definitely
mosquitoes?
did. Even you can
Yeah.
tell by the second. It probably got delayed by the convection out east. I'm probably
Those are mosquitoes, yes.
At least you haven't
Disgusting.
been 3 days just with a film up your ass.
I'm 1 for 1 in Canada, even though it wasn't
Yeah.
great. But
We got like,
Yeah.
I'll take it. I'll count it.
when
It's
you,
fun.
were you behind us when we were behind Carruthers and like that, it got really like rainy and the RFD picked up?
Yeah, you were right. He was right behind us. So it was when we were cutting
Did you-
north, and it was wrapping the rain.
I,
and we
Did-
started
I
getting hail
noticed
and-
y'all just north of Shoal Lake. That's when I noticed.
Did you see the
It was before we
white,
turned this east.
Yeah.
did you see that white thing
Yeah,
hanging
It
down?
was,
Like,
it was big
it
old
was-
this is being stupid.
We're just like, what's that noise? Why is there trees falling down?
Dude, the RFD, I was like, what the hell? The
Dude,
trees
why
are
am I
like
getting
going
rained
down
on?
everywhere. I was like, oh my god.
why am I getting rained on?
Huh?
I'm getting
Yeah, you
rained
gotta
on
get
still.
lift is where it's at.
Yeah, 2-inch lift, KO3s. We both put the KO3s.
This new lift is nice, by the way. They don't sell the one that you have anymore. They had to do the strips
Okay.
and everything. That's
All right,
fine.
you can hear me now, Jack.
Way, Jordan?
What?
Do you see anything that way?
Wonderful.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Thank you for waiting. Took a brief break, but we are back. Gonna go into a wide view now and give you a recap of what's happened so far and what we're looking for the rest of the evening. Okay. So, overall view, my name is Will Cano. I am a meteorologist for MyRadar, and I actually just recently graduated from Cornell about 10 days ago. So this is my first true live stream as a meteorologist. I'm coming to you with the MyRadar app, which is free to download. Now, you can also download the premium version, which has a paywall but has some extra features I'm using. If you have any questions about that, feel free to ask. But for now, what we're looking at is a level 3 out of 5 enhanced risk across much of the northern plains. This extends down into the Dakotas, Minnesota, as well as central Nebraska, Kansas, and even into southern Oklahoma, or the Oklahoma Panhandle, that is. And what we've seen so far in this southern region is some strong thunderstorms that have moved through, some severe thunderstorms, but not much in the way of tornadoes. We saw a tornado warning just to the south of Kearney earlier today, and now what we have here are some severe thunderstorm warnings that warn of, 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Look at this. At 7:43 p.m. Central Time, severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from near Alda to near Doniphan and to near Ayer, moving northeast at 70 miles an hour. So let's click play on this radar loop. We're looking down in Nebraska now. Watch this storm accelerate as it moves towards Hastings and Grand Island. I mean, you see it start to bow a little bit and really start to accelerate. That's moving at 70 miles an hour. It's like you would not be beating it if you were driving through I-80. You just would not. It's moving just as fast and it's moving straight as the crow flies. So that's a storm moving into like areas like Henderson, Harvard, Central City, Nebraska, Grand Island, Hastings. You will be impacted next by likely some 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts, quite a bit of lightning, and quite a bit of hail as well. Down here, we've already passed storms just to the south of Hayes. Dodge City has a bit of a thunderstorm line moving through. Let's see. This one is just for 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. That's the standard run-of-the-mill severe thunderstorm warning. Not to degrade that at all. It's obviously still a large risk, but it is notable that it's not anything extra like we saw up here with the Grand Island storm. But yeah, here in Hayes, you have some, or just south of Hayes, you have the storm moving through Meade and Dodge City. making its way into the Oklahoma Panhandle as well with some less severity. You have some other thunderstorm warnings pushing into Lyons, Kansas, St. John, and Larned, Kansas as well. So these are for 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. So it looks like the strongest thunderstorm in the southern states right now is in Nebraska. You have some warnings out here in western Nebraska, kind of like near the Black Hills area, the Sand Hills. Let's take a look here. These storms are also 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts with some quarter-sized hail. This one has, let's see, also same story here. And then finally, our final storm in Nebraska, 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. So pretty standard storms. What we've seen today and what you're really starting to see take place, let me actually turn on fronts if I can. So let you see this cold front that we have that's going to start sweeping through. You're starting to see this is our warm sector. And obviously you have a strong low pressure up here that's kind of churning all of this to rotate counterclockwise around the storms. But what you have is a strong low pressure and then a cold front that is going to be forming and starting to form this strong line of storms as it moves east. So today, that tornado risk isn't super high because rather than discrete supercells that kind of stand on their own individually, we get these lines of storms that kind of congeal and move through. They'll move east, ultimately hit places like Grand Forks, Fargo, Bismarck sooner rather than later. They're already under a severe thunderstorm warning. Pierre, Sioux Falls later in the evening, probably by 9-10 p.m. or so, overnight. Rather than that tornado risk, you have these lines of thunderstorms. So if there ever were to be a tornado, it might be embedded within these smaller storms, or these larger lines of storms, that is, as smaller storms, not individual supercells. So I've learned something really interesting today, and that is just going through to watch the Canadian warning system. So Canada has a National Weather Service equivalent. It's called Environment Canada. And what they do is they issue warnings based on where municipalities are or communities rather than where a storm might be going. So for example, let's take a look at this right here. This is a severe thunderstorm warning near Stanley, North Dakota. It's a shape completely defined by where the storm is heading, right? And if it stays severe, they're going to extend it. There was the same with the tornado warning earlier here. It just ends because, let's actually check on this tornado warning. Okay, it's still radar indicated. This looks like a nice little hook echo that's forming. Sorry to interrupt myself, but I do want to check on this radar, see if anything interesting is going on with regards to that hook echo. Oh, okay, so you can see here, perhaps this tornado warning, got a little interesting. This is pretty solid gate-to-gate shear. So what you see is winds traveling in opposite directions, northeast and southwest, very, very close to one another. And when you get that, that's what allows some rotation to occur and take place. And ultimately, this is relatively impressive. You don't have like a couplet where you can see those kind of turning into one another. But what you do see is that strong gate-to-gate shear looks better than it did earlier. And it's going into limited radar coverage as it heads towards, what is this? Portal, which is that borders Canada and the United States. So as it's making pretty much a direct line through that town as we speak, and will soon travel into the Canadian mediospace, if you will. So that's the only remaining tornado warning we have in the States right now. And then I've learned, though, as I mentioned, Canada warning systems are very interesting. All these yellow here, these are weather alerts, severe thunderstorm yellow warning. So they use like a yellow-red scale, which is where, okay, if it's like a watch or a warning, it's going to be in yellow. Well, yellow is based on the hazard. So if it's a severe thunderstorm, they'll say it's yellow. But then if it's a tornado, they'll put it in orange or red. So orange is the tornado watches, red is the tornado warnings. And as I mentioned, they're different shapes because they are different defining regions, not where the storm is going. It's based on geopolitical boundaries. So let me check back here. And actually, I'm going to go back to this high def radar. This is like a pretty decent look in terms of discreteness. In Canada, you do have quite a bit of discrete supercells. I'm going to pull up the nearest radar now and see if we can see any notable rotation. There's just 2 tornado warnings. the one that's been at Winnipeg, to the east of Winnipeg, for this entire 3 hours we've been live or so. And then there's one just to the east of Shoal Lake. That's one Jordan Hall is on. If that gets interesting, we'll pull up his feed as well. Looks like they've slightly extended that. But again, these tornado warnings operate much different than how they do in the United States. So let's check and take a look at this radar to the far northwest of Brandon and see if we can get any little rotation here. Switch to reflectivity real quick. Yeah, like this is a decent look. That's quite a bit of, again, decent in terms of storms firing. This is quite a bit of discrete storms. Obviously, in the US, we're seeing a lot of lines that form. So you're not going to get a lot of tornadoes. You're going to get a lot more straight line wind gusts. But when I say decent, I mean it purely from a tornadic standpoint, where this is what could produce something that is a little more tornadic, where these storms are very individual and kind of curving. I'll like play this out a little bit. Let's see how these storms are having some wind shear where they move to the north, but clearly they're being kind of like pulled east. You kind of see that by the extension of some of these storms. And this is the one. Jack, what town is Jordan in now? Strathclyde. Okay. Barnesville, Minnesota. Sounds like Cappucci's getting in place for tomorrow. Barnesville, Minnesota. Oh, yeah. I see. Okay. Well, yeah. Up here in Canada, it certainly is more discreet, where you could have more of a tornado potential. And let's see. Velocity. You don't see any like perfect rotations, I would say. It looks like pretty messy, where you're not getting like, you're getting these individual storms, but maybe not enough wind shear to fully rotate them all the way down. Again, the only tornado we've had confirmed today was just southeast of Winnipeg. It was near, I always forget the name of the town. It starts with a D, Dufrost, and then also kind of re-amplified near Enola. Let's check here again, see if they have perhaps more rotation. Still to the northeast of Enola, man, this storm just won't quit. They continue to get this rotation that kind of just builds off of itself. When one storm passes, the next one picks it up. We can see the reflectivity over here. That is actually not too bad of a look. This is definitely looking supercellular. See this little hook echo down here as this curves and hooks. See how that's progressed over the last few hours. Oh, certainly. Yeah, this is like this little tail here. That's what you call your hook echo, where the storm, everything to the north of it, this pink and red, that's a lot of hail. And then as you rotate your storm, this is where you have the true mesocyclone rotating, where you would get a wall cloud and ultimately a tornado if it were to happen. But as you move to the northeast, this stays kind of hook echo-ish. Let's see what the velocity was like at the last frame. And in fact, I can go dual pane here, make this a little easier on myself. So you can see this hook echo forms. This hook echo forms. Let me see if I can pause this. Right here where we have the hook echo, we can draw to kind of match it up. This is where you have that rotation. And this is where you would get your tornado most likely, in between kind of that gate to gate shear. As I keep mentioning, that's just wind shear going from side to side. And let's see. We have someone watching from Winnipeg. I know this has been quite the day in Winnipeg. That's probably been the main story of this risk. While we might have had not have had a lot of tornadoes, Winnipeg got lots of flooding, also had quite a bit of hail in the downtown area, and still has had multiple tornadoes to the south and east on top of that. So quite interesting there. So anyone who might be watching from Winnipeg, yes, you're going to be okay. Obviously, just take cover, listen to local guidance. If there's a flood, obviously you shouldn't go to your basement because that would flood first. But if there's a tornado, that is when you go to your basement. So you got to make sure to just listen to your local guidance and the local hazard. In Winnipeg itself right now, there seems to be a lull. Again, to the north and east of Enola is where you see to have some storms. And to the northwest of Winnipeg, you have storms, but those aren't tornadic. Those are just more heavy rainfall. So yeah, quite the weather day up in Winnipeg. Look at this radar loop. You just had rain train over this same region over and over. And it fully got there. Okay. Okay, let's see what else we got here. This tornado warning is probably taking its dying gasp in the US before it travels into Canada. It will be interesting to see if they continue the warning into Canada itself or just leave it with the tornado watch. Let's see here. I'm still checking these storms that Jordan is on. Nothing looks too insane when it comes to rotation. Obviously, all these little like red blips within the green, that's like your storms, your mesocyclones, but it's not quite evidence of a strong tornado, I would say. Nowhere, or any, let alone a tornado on the ground. Yeah. Okay. Yep. Michelle on TikTok says a tornado went through St. Anne, Manitoba. That's true. I saw that earlier. I'm going to look back on social media to see Manitoba, rather. Let's see. Yes. Yeah, Manitoba. Once again, I'll show this picture again in a little bit. I'll show the tornado picture. But yeah, Manitoba is the place that had the most tornadoes today so far, probably. And I say so far, even acknowledging that there probably won't be many more throughout the evening. If they are, there'll be quick little spin ups within the line of storms that forms going into the overnight. So let's see. Okay. Let's take a look at let me see Jordan Hall's feed real quick. Jack, if you want to pull up Jordan Hall's feed, I know that they can't see it on TikTok, but I'll show the storm that he's generally on. So there's Jordan's feed. Jordan is driving near in Harrison, Manitoba, or Erickson, thank you. Erickson, Manitoba, down here, just outside of the tornado warning, trying to get outside of these storms a little bit. And Harrison, thank you. I'm sorry. He's in Harrison. Let's take a look here. Harrison is, yes, in this general region near Strathclair. Okay. Yeah, it's just today is the kind of day where the main tornadoes have just fired to the southeast of Winnipeg and really haven't gotten much else in terms of tornadic activity. You really have your severe thunderstorms pushing through the southern plains right now. The line is forming as expected in the northern plains. In fact, today was definitely a win. If you want to take the shot back to the radar, Jack, today's evolution was certainly a win for the HRRR model, which is the high resolution rapid refresh model. That had storms only firing in the Dakotas once this line of storms came through. It did not have any storms firing out, like Grand Forks or Fargo beforehand. And that is interesting because the RRFS, which is the rapid refresh forecasting system, that one did. It had quite a few storms firing in eastern North Dakota and Minnesota that might have brought some serious tornado threats. But that model had its forming and nothing ever even ended up happening there. So today was a win for the HRRR, or the high resolution rapid refresh model, because it just picked up on this line that we're starting to form soon. And as this line continues to form, I mean, we'll see if any sort of tornadic activity comes from it. But I think we'll wait until the line is fully formed, and then we'll probably move past any sort of tornado threat, at least major tornado threat, that we would be live streaming for. Let me pull up the chat again. Nolan from TikTok asked if Wisconsin will be hit bad. Wisconsin is going to have a really jam-packed severe weather day over the next couple days. However, they're not going to be too hit hard today. They're just in a marginal risk, at least part of them. Part of Wisconsin is, otherwise you're just not going to get that much severe weather in the eastern parts of Wisconsin at all. tomorrow and Thursday is where you're going to have the severe weather move east, regenerate each day, and then you'll really start to get some more tornado risk or high wind risk, hail risk in Wisconsin on Wednesday and Thursday. So that's the main risk there then. And in fact, Jack, I'm going to pull up the SPC so I can kind of show people what the outlook is for the next few days. Give me 1 second while I do that. Let's see here. I'll show you guys the risk over the next few days here. Okay, Jack, can you see my screen right about now? Okay, awesome. So I'm going to explain a little bit like the risk over the next few days and then dive into exactly what it means and why it's actually, let me zoom in here. Yes, and why it's unique. So today, this is our risk, as I've been showing. This orange is the enhanced risk, as we have extending through the northern plains. You had your slight little yellow blip. This is where we got the flash flooding near Nashville and had some severe weather near like Paducah or like southwestern Kentucky. And then tomorrow, actually, I'm going to show something real quick. This is what our tornado risk looked like today. This yellow is the highest probability of tornadoes, where you had a 10% probability of a tornado hitting within 25 miles of any given point. So let's say you live in Grand Forks. The idea is that today there is a 10% chance that there will be a tornado within 25 miles of your home in Grand Forks. That's the statistics that the meteorologists compute. Obviously, 10% is not that statistically high, but comparatively to the rest of the country, that's the highest region. The brown is a 5%, and then this green is kind of the 2% lower risk, but still possible. And then this dashed area, this is saying that if a tornado were to form with the given environment, it could become somewhat significant. And this is a recent change that I'm actually going to dive into pretty soon over the next few minutes, if you stick around, of how the SPC does organize this. So this is your tornado risk. I'm going to show you the hail risk next. Once again, they're saying like 30% probability of hail at least 1 inch in diameter. So like $half size perhaps over within 25 miles of a point. And once again, if hail does form, it could become rather significant. This verified so far pretty well in Northwest Dakota, where we probably had baseball-sized hail, that yeah, hail did indeed form, and when it did, it got pretty large, way larger than 1 inch. And then your wind risk, which is the main risk for today, this purple shows this is a 45% chance of destructive winds within a certain area, 25 miles of your home in this region, and the dashed area is saying it could become significant as well. Now, I want to show the outlook for the next couple days. For those of you asking about Wisconsin, this is tomorrow's outlook. Once again, we have a similar tornado threat in Wisconsin, where you have this 10% hatched SIG 1 area. For hail, you have also, once again, some significant hail possible and a 30% chance or probability. And then wind, not quite as high as today, or at least not yet, but also covering all of Wisconsin. Then day 3, this would be Thursday. That threat moves even more to the south and east, covering over Chicago. The outlooks don't quite go out that far for tornado, wind, and hail, but you do get this general region of severe probabilities and intense severe probabilities as well. And then as we move into the next few days, Friday looks like this, where the possibility of severe weather across the Northeast. And then Saturday might be bringing some more severe weather to the plains. And then as we go too far out past that, there's not much that we can forecast because it's just a little bit too far out. So bear with me. I'm going to briefly explain what is going on with the SPC, which is a Storm Prediction Center. That was the website I was just on, and what they call the conditional intensity graph. This is new as of the beginning of this year. It's the first time they've implemented it, and it seems a little confusing to some, so I'm going to explain it quickly over the next 2 minutes so you have a better understanding of why they communicate weather the way they do. So when I show these, this is just a general guide. These are not actual outlooks for today. In fact, this outlook is from May 20th, 2019. It looked like it was going to be a very severe weather day. Ended up not doing as much, but this is just an example. So don't get freaked out if you live in Oklahoma or Texas. But this is what the old SPC outlook used to look like. just like I showed you on the last screen, you would have your probability legend, which are these 2, 5, 10, 15, 30% contours that represent the probability of a tornado within 25 miles of a point. That's all the colors represent is probability. Then you have this hatched area, which was basically saying if a tornado does form, it could become significant. Similar to what I just explained to you, not too different. But here's the difference. The new SPC look has multiple hatched regions. None of those are showing today because no really intense tornadoes are expected. But this does exist, and meteorologists are always looking for how intense tornadoes could get if they do form. This example is actually from last year, what it would have looked like if we had this new system, where you have SIG 1, SIG 2, and SIG 3, three different levels of intensity based on how strong a tornado could get if it does form. So nothing changes here with the colors of the probability. You still have your same 2, 5, 10, 15, 30, 45, 60% of probability within a certain radius of a point. But then the intensities represent the varying degrees of how significant a tornado could be if it did fall. So there are some really complicated ways to understand this that I'm not going to explain. This is obviously not in your or my best interest to talk about because that's a very complex graph for different hazards. It's a headache. But what I am going to explain is what they're trying to portray. What they're saying is rather than just, oh, in this region, a significant tornado may happen, they're trying to say, how significant are we talking? So SIG 1, which is what we have today, CIG is that conditional intensity graph. SIG 1 is saying, okay, tornadoes may form today, and if they get intense, you might have some EF1, maybe EF2 tornadoes. That's the main hazard. But once you get to EF3 or 4 plus, that hazard truly drops off. If you have SIG 2, which would be a level in intensity up from today, then they're saying, okay, your likelihood of an EF1 or 2 tornado kind of goes down, or rather EF0 or 1 tornado goes down, the weaker ones. But then an EF2, 3, or 4 plus tornado, those probabilities increase. A SIG 3, which is the highest intensity threat possible, says, yeah, we're not thinking EF0 or EF1 tornadoes today if they do form. We're thinking the strongest tornadoes could get upwards of an EF2, 3, or 4, which is the top end of the scale, which is only used for the most severe weather threats. That's basically what this is trying to say. They're trying to say, okay, significant tornadoes are possible, but how significant are we talking so we can better refer people to the cover they should prepare for? And again, this is back to today's tornado risk. We only have a SIG 1 in that 10% probability area saying like, sure, tornadoes could form, and they'll maybe get to like EF0 or 1 strength and lower probabilities of the higher tornadoes. And then they also have this for wind and hail. Similarly, the only difference is that hail is only SIG 1 and 2, just because hail very quickly reaches its maximum destructiveness. You know, like a hailstone that's 2.5 inches across, about a baseball, is going to do a lot of damage. So will a hailstone the size of a DVD. There's not much difference there, so there's no point in having 3 tiers of significance or confidence in, you know what I mean, your intensity. So I know that was a long-winded explanation, but it's kind of complicated, and I think it's important to talk about. So, Jack, I'll switch us back right now to the MyRadar app, and we'll check back on some of these storms we got. Let me know if you can see that okay. Okay, awesome. Here's something interesting. Just as we talked about, here's the transition of meteorology across the border of the United States and Canada. So we had our tornado warning we were looking at in northern North Dakota with that massive hail we talked about. Tornado and tennis ball sized hail. And then it moved northward into Canada, and they immediately picked it up and said, yeah, we'll issue a red tornado warning as well. Talking about that tracking a severe thunderstorm that is possibly producing a tornado, damaging winds, large hail are possible, etc. Let's take a look at this on velocity, see how it is doing. Might have to change up the radar a little bit, give it a reset. Radars, let's pick one. Okay, that's decently close. So yeah, you can see this radar picked up on that little bit of rotation that was strong near like Portal, which is both in Canada and the United States. It moved through Portal almost directly. Most likely wasn't a tornado that touched down, but that was where the rotation was. And then as it moved through, you see some stronger storms, the continuation of the tornado warning into Canada. So that's an interesting transition of meteorological power there. And let's see, we still have this stubborn tornado warning to the northeast of Winnipeg. The storm is still rotating. Environment Canada is still clearly concerned about it. And let's take a look at that as well. In fact, I want to see the Winnipeg radar because they've dealt with a lot today, as we talked about. So, wow, just to the northwest of Winnipeg, it is still raining quite hard. Maybe some hail mixed in there. Winnipeg itself is probably getting rain again, believe it or not. And then to the northeast, we still have this continued tornado risk. Let's see here. Oh, we actually have a new tornado warning in Canada. Okay, so this is extended. This is the same one we were watching. I would like maybe a closer radar. Radar coverage in Canada is just not quite as good, but let's see. Velocity. As we watch our storm move through. This might be a bit of a couplet over here. We'll check reflectivity again, maybe dual pane. Gives us a better look. Yeah, this supercell that started moving through into the region. You can see the supercell pushed northeast, had some velocity couplets, and certainly still does. Then we have a newer tornado warning out here to the northwest of Winnipeg. I don't see anything too convincing here on velocity. It just is in a mess of storms that affected Winnipeg earlier and is moving to the north now. Let me check the chat again, guys. I want to see if any of you are in Winnipeg or the general area. Give a shout out if you are. If you are just joining, again, my name's Will. I'm a meteorologist at MyRadar. We're tracking severe weather across the United States in the North Central Plains, but now also into Canada, which has been the main show today. You've gotten a couple tornadoes to the southeast of Winnipeg. Winnipeg got some extreme rainfall and large hail earlier today as well. Currently, we have 4 active tornado warnings in southern Manitoba and Saskatchewan, one of which went from the North Dakota border into Canada, into Saskatchewan, near Estevan and Oxbow. And yeah, the main story today has been Winnipeg. We've had quite a bit of heavy thunderstorms. And it's all caused, you might wonder, how do we get storms that far north? This large low pressure system near Saskatoon is generating so much counterclockwise rotation. It's bringing warm, moist air up from the Gulf and into the northern plains and into Canada. So we've had storm fuel values that are like 4 to 5 times more than needed for strong thunderstorms up in this region. And it's actually been like that the last few days. Quite a few chasers have been going up into Canada. So let's see here, just severe thunderstorm warnings. This one in the United States, I'm sure, is bound to end momentarily. And then we will be out of tornado warnings in the US. It is ending at until 9:30. So it's got 20 minutes left, or 10 minutes left, rather. East Coast time. Someone asked, am I the weather guy now on TikTok? You could say that. I mean, Mike certainly is not gone. He leads our team here at the meteorology division, but I am taking over today. I just graduated with my meteorology degree from Cornell, so I got a few reps today, and tomorrow I'll be manning these live streams. So if you guys have any questions about me personally, how I got into weather, how I got my position with MyRadar, feel free to ask. I've had a great time working for MyRadar so far, and I'm very happy to be officially a meteorologist now. Let's see. Okay, we got a quick question from Jack, I see. Sorry for missing your question, Jack, in Wayne, PA. Do you think how today's severe weather threat has evolved has any implication for severe weather moving into the Northeast for the latter half of the week? It's a great question. And the one thing I do have to say, I don't know if the Northeast threat is going to be tornado driven or not. I imagine not. But this year really just has not been that potent for tornadoes. So what it has been really strong for are these like QLCS lines of thunderstorms that we've seen. So I don't think there will be any diminishment in the northeast of, strong lines of thunderstorms, maybe some nice shelf cloud structure. But in terms of tornadoes, it just has not quite performed this year to the level that is of up to par for average, in at least in the central US. So I don't expect too many tornadoes in the northeast on Friday. But I'm also from Southeast PA, as you are well aware, so I'm going to keep focusing on that as we get into Friday and keeping the socials on my radar posted from my area how that severe threat looks. Let's see. And I saw Marcus Reese on YouTube asked or said that the tornado was confirmed in Winnipeg. I know, Freddie, you just commented that on TikTok. A tornado was indeed confirmed to the southeast of Winnipeg today. Maybe touched down a couple times. There is still an active tornado warning there, as at a few other places in Canada. But the only confirmed tornado I know of was in the southeast of Winnipeg. That's now to the northeast of Winnipeg. In terms of how I started at MyRadar, it's kind of a funny story. I met Matthew Cappucci because I was interested in studying atmospheric science at Harvard. And that has never been done before except for by one man, and that was Matthew Cappucci. And so we got in touch through that. He kind of became my mentor through high school, applying places. Like, the only reason I had a chance at Harvard was because I was a swimmer and I was interested at swimming at that school, and I was talking with the coach. He wrote me a letter of recommendation to join. I ended up getting deferred and then denied from Harvard, but I got into Cornell. So I ended up going to Cornell. Me and Matthew stayed in touch. He helped introduce me to the rest of the team at MyRadar. For a while, I worked as a volunteer at MyRadar. I started writing articles, published about 20 or 30 articles here. And then 3 summers ago, it is now, I got my first internship position with MyRadar. And since then, I've just been building up my hours. I just graduated from Cornell, but I have one more year. I'm going to get my master's there in atmospheric science as well. So who knows? Maybe I can come on full time at MyRadar in a year from now. But this summer, I'll be working pretty much full time at MyRadar, doing more of these live streams, making video content. I'm more on the side of like the vertical video content. So on TikTok, you might see a lot of my videos. If you go to our page, you should follow our page. I make a bunch of videos, some weather explainers, explaining, current weather, but then also historic, long-term weather, anything like that. You might want to check out the page, and that's mainly my role with MyRadar. And let's see, people asking if Winnipeg is good. Winnipeg is better now than they were. Like I was telling you, Winnipeg had quite a rough day. Lots of hail, a lot of heavy rain, and thunderstorms or tornadoes to the southeast confirmed. But right now it's doing a little bit better. I would say it's starting to rain a little bit heavier again, but nothing too extreme. It's all to the northwest. Let's see. Minneapolis tornado threat for tomorrow. It does look stronger than today because it's starting to move to the east, but it might be another setup where not too much is going on in terms of tornadoes. It might be more of these linear storms going on. Looks like we have an updated map from the SPC. Here, let's go back to non-dual pane. Go back to our weather loop and high def radar. So the updated map from the SPC kind of extends this enhanced risk a little bit into Minnesota, a little bit into Iowa, cuts it back into like eastern Nebraska, and then shortens it in Kansas because we've had our already storms fire in Oklahoma. We're no longer going to get those storms coming through the panhandle. All these are going to be pretty minor, but these guys in Kansas could still produce some stronger wind events. Oh, this is interesting. You don't see this every time. An automated weather station recorded a 60-mile-an-hour wind gust. So that's the verification for this severe thunderstorm warning in Grand Island, Nebraska. Let's see, other severe thunderstorm warnings. Oh, let's check how those Indianapolis storms are doing. Well, look at that. We actually have a tornado warning just south of Indianapolis. Okay. And they relocated, the only Nashville, you're done with severe weather for the day. I know people were asking about there. But you have a marginal risk now just across Indianapolis. They found this warranted. Severe thunderstorm warning has 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, but this tornado warning does indeed say a tornado is possible. Heading towards Franklin, New Whiteland, closer right now to Adams and Bargersville. Let's see, it looks like there's a little runway in the middle of this polygon. See, this is what I mean with the tornado warnings in the U.S. This is where the tornado might be, just south of Adams. The warning that is made is in front of the next, like, let's see, how many miles does this extend? This extends about 13, 12 miles. The next 12 miles that will be impacted by the storm, rather than just the entire county in Indiana that is being impacted by this. So yeah, this right now we're in Indianapolis to confirm. Active tornado warning south of Indianapolis. That's true. That's the first one. Let's take a look. They do have a 2% of, I believe, is it a 2% tornado risk today out there? Let's see. Let's get a radar out here and get a velocity look. Probably the true Indianapolis radar is better. Okay, so what we have here is a really unique setup. This is not a classic tornado formed by a typical supercell. Instead, these are embedded tornadoes where the supercell and the rotation is actually within a line of storms. So tonight, even if we haven't seen any tornadoes yet out in the plains, you might get some more in the overnight hours, just embedded in little like lines of thunderstorms, because as this line of thunderstorms moves, you get a lot of interacting winds that kind of mess with each other and then can actually form some brief spin-ups. These tornadoes are typically very weak. We actually had an example of this, I believe it was in early May or maybe late April in Ann Arbor, Michigan. My sister goes to the University of Michigan, and they had a line of thunderstorms moving through. There wasn't much of a tornado risk, but they actually had an EF1 tornado that came through downtown Ann Arbor in the same way like this, where it was just a line of thunderstorms. You got some winds to kick back and interact, and thus you had a small tornado go through downtown Ann Arbor. Parts of the University of Michigan campus were impacted and damaged. So that's what we have down here. Not saying that this is a confirmed tornado, but we do have this kind of, we call it a kink in the line, where you have what was a perfectly bowed line. There's nothing going on here. It's just perfectly straight across. And then when you play it forward a little bit, all of a sudden, oh, what's this? You have a little curve in here. And if we go to velocity, you can see your winds all of a sudden aren't so perfectly streamlined. I look back here, yeah, just a long like front of winds that you had, right? This was your gust front, like some strong winds out ahead of the storm. As you move forward in time, now you have some winds that are rotating a little, right? And then this all of a sudden could be an area where a tornado might form very quickly and also in rain, so it's very hard to see. So, yep, someone's in Franklin, sirens just dropped. Not much wind activity so far. Yeah, Franklin, you still got a little bit of time, but you can see this couplet. It's very fast moving, so Franklin, maybe you have a little bit less time. But even so, it's not anything where this is likely a guaranteed tornado. It's just radar indicated rotation. The National Weather Service takes these very seriously because they form very quickly. I wouldn't even be too surprised if they do another tornado warning up here. Let's see. I wouldn't be too surprised if they draw one like up here coming towards like Homecroft and Greenwood, because this is also, as we see here, I'll draw this line as well just to be even. These are oh, that was bad. You know, our two polygons for tornado warnings. This one, I'll say possible. Spell it out. Because what we have, let's see. What we have here is a velocity that looks very similar to our tornado warning down here. So they just actually extended this tornado warning, let's see, into Franklin. So whoever in the chat is in Franklin, keep me posted on what you're experiencing. Once again, it's just radar indicated rotation. They're taking this pretty seriously because, again, they form so quickly. They can move really fast. Like this storm is moving at about, let's see, 35 miles an hour. So sirens again in Franklin makes sense. They just issued another tornado warning. We'll keep watching this. This could definitely be a little interesting, but shouldn't be any sort of confirmed tornado right now. Just to check, let's do a dual pane, get some other looks on here. And you can see as that came through, you had some, your strong line of storms come through after. Okay. Yep, so now they just have the new tornado warning going through Franklin. They wanted to keep this warned because, as you can see, Franklin looks like you already got some rain earlier, and then you got a brief lull, and then this storm that's moving through now. Regardless, you're going to get some pretty strong straight line wind gusts from this if you're in Franklin. That's because you see this bowing segment that I talked about. I've mentioned it a few times in this live stream, where the storm starts to bow out like this. You certainly get some stronger wind gusts. But then when it starts to get messy with these little kinks at the very bow, that's where you know that you could get some tornadic activity. And so let's see here. See, there you start to get those kinks, and then thus the odd rotation signatures. And here, you might get one of those a little bit further north as well, because you see a similar story in velocity. You see up here, I think, no, it doesn't quite look as good now, but you do have some of this near Franklin. Let's check. Correlation coefficient, that's just one way to see, okay, are we missing something? Is there a tornado on the ground or anything? Which I don't expect there to be, but it's always smart to check. Interesting. So you did have... So it is interesting, I will say, if you zoom in right here, I'm going to circle this. You see this little circle here? What's interesting is that little blip on radar earlier is identifiable as like a debris ball. And I say this I say this lightly. And when I say that, I mean, this is not by any means a guaranteed tornado. But earlier, sometimes we look to see if there's a tornado. And this might be what the National Weather Service office is seeing. You see this little blip that formed on radar here. I'm going to redraw this circle here. So this, this little circle, either a strong wind gust picked that up, or maybe there was some sort of correlation coefficient from debris that was picked up by the winds, or maybe even a little tornado. And that might be why the National Weather Service is making sure, hey, let's warn this, because there might just be something that forms that might be tornadic. So let's see what the latest frame of radar says. Once again, you're getting these strong winds, but they're still trying to rotate a little bit. You can see here, let's see, where's our radar? So the rotation you're seeing is going like this. The green is towards the radar. The red is away from the radar. So then if you were to ever get a tornado, it would be right in here. This is heading towards Franklin. Again, I don't believe there is a tornado right now, but it is certainly possible if it's warned, and you should probably take shelter if you are in Franklin. Regardless, because this storm has strong winds, even if they weren't tornadic, you could get 60+ mile-an-hour wind gusts that are possible with this. Getting reports that winds have stopped in Franklin. It's weird. Sometimes right before a storm, it doesn't mean that there's a tornado about to happen. You just get winds that calm down before that big gust of wind comes through, probably in the next 5 or 10 minutes, for those of you near Franklin. Someone's asking, is there more following the cell in Indianapolis? Once you get through with this, I mean, you're pretty much done for the day. Similar to Nashville, like you have your fair share, and then this is it for the day. You're in the western edge of this marginal risk. Let's check if there are any other tornado warnings. Nothing in the U.S. You're just really starting to see that line of storms form. Okay. I'm going to stay with you guys here in Franklin to watch this. Let's see if we can get back to yeah, there we go. Okay. Northeast of Indianapolis. Yeah, still got some severe thunderstorm warnings there. Let's see, it's extended for 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Yeah, everyone in the Indianapolis region is definitely going to get some strong thunderstorms from this. Edinburgh, I think it's just Edinburgh, Indianapolis. This is also a Boeing segment where you might get some strong wind gusts associated with this. Let's see, in Franklin, this still, again, it doesn't scream tornado, but it's certainly worth concerning. Take shelter if you are in the Franklin area. This is a tornado-warned storm. So be cautious and definitely mind that this is embedded in rain. So this is a line of thunderstorms. This is called a QLCS, and you have an embedded rotation. So this is not something you'd be able to see. There's no reason to be standing outside looking for this thing. It's also getting close to night in this area. At least it's probably dark in some areas. So this is a very important situation to go in a basement, take some shelter. Even if there isn't a tornado, it's safe practice because these sorts of storms bring lots of strong straight line wind gusts. So even if there's no tornado, you get these winds that just push through, can be over 60 miles an hour, and can still do a decent amount of damage. Let's see, Greenwood, south of Indy. Should I be concerned about tornadoes tonight? Maddie on TikTok is asking, Greenwood, you're getting your storm right now. I mean, I would say earlier it kind of looked like there might have been a little rotation. And when I say rotation, it doesn't mean tornado. It just means maybe the first step in many to get close to a tornado. But that rotation has since gone away. You're probably going to get some strong straight line wind gusts. But as of now, you don't have anything to be concerned of for tornadoes overnight. This is the last sort of push. The big concern right now is south of Greenwood. Maybe how far is Franklin south of Greenwood? Maybe 10 miles south. I know we have some users south in Franklin. Let's see. Yeah, this certainly doesn't scream tornado anymore. Not that it ever did, but like some of these couplets earlier looked a little bit better. And now it just looks like a strong wind push. You're getting that gust into Franklin right now, as you can see. Right in here, that's a strong line of winds. And going to be some heavy rain and lightning, I'm sure, associated with that. Still have this green and red close to each other, but that's just not quite rotating very well. This is Indiana, for those of you asking. Franklin is just south of Indianapolis. Let's see. Quick look at the rest of the radar. No other warnings. I mean, still some warnings in Canada. They've taken away warnings in the Winnipeg area. Finally, congratulations, Winnipeg, for taking away the tornado warnings for the day. Still some others in Canada, but for now, yeah, let's stay focused on this one here in Franklin. This is in southern Indiana. Jack, do you know if we have any cameras near Indiana or like Franklin? Or, I mean, it's probably night there anyway, so I doubt that would be much use. Okay. Yeah, thank you. Jack's going to check which cameras we have, even though it's like pretty, I mean, it's nightfall where I am on the East Coast. Maybe in the dying embers of sunlight, might be able to catch something on camera. Let's see. Anything in Michigan tonight? Oh, green sky with dark low-hanging clouds in Franklin. Okay. Let's see here. I'm going to take a look on social media of Franklin too. Let's see, yeah. So your tornado warning, nothing's been confirmed in terms of a tornado. Now is the time, though, to take shelter and be careful. Obviously, if there even isn't a tornado, you're still going to get some sort of strong straight line wind gusts. This is the full radar progression, as you can see it move through. Near Franklin, this is your kind of storm that's bowing in. And let's check. I want to see the correlation coefficient again, because that was really interesting earlier, what we saw. Okay. Jack said we don't have any cameras in Franklin, so everyone in the chat, keep giving me what reports you may have. Rain literally just starting. Yep, you're going to start getting some rain and heavy wind in Franklin right about now. Okay, in this latest frame, I'm not going to lie, this is definitely a better looking tornado couplet. I mean, again, when I say this, this is not meaning there's a tornado confirmed, but there's certainly rotation now near and right over Franklin. Regardless of if there's a tornado or not, there is definitely quite a bit of strong winds going on. And it's best to seek shelter in the Franklin area, especially areas just to the north and east. Anywhere near State Route 65 should heed caution This is south of Indianapolis. This is this is not this is certainly not something you should um, joke around about. This is a better looking couplet now. I'm trying to see if I can get correlation coefficient up on here. Let's see. Let's see. Have they shifted this to radar indicator rotation? Okay. Let's see. For those of you just joining, the main risk of severe weather today has been out in the Great Plains, but that's mostly severe thunderstorm warnings. Our tornado action has been up in Canada near Winnipeg and Saskatchewan, even up in Saskatoon at points. That's where our low is centered. However, now we're focused on a decent looking tornado warning just to the northeast in Franklin. It just passed through downtown Franklin. This is south of Indianapolis. Once again, this is now looking somewhat decent. And when I say decent, again, that means that this could be rotation that is capable of producing a tornado. Someone asked, what's the most recent twister and is it ranked? So we rank tornadoes based on the damage they produce. So you don't really get a ranking until the days afterward. Most recent twister that I'm aware of that was confirmed was up in Winnipeg earlier today. But if there were to be one ongoing now, it is here just northeast of Franklin. I'm going to check some different tilts of this velocity. Let's see. I don't know why it does that. Okay. Jack, something we can look into later is why it's difficult. I don't know, half the time when I click velocity here, it leads me to select a new thing like reflectivity or correlation coefficient, but then half the time it just pulls me back up to the radar thing again and doesn't do anything when I click on it. It's for both of them too. But for now, we'll just be good with velocity and reflectivity. For those of you in Franklin, keep me posted on what might be going on. Let's see. We have a report from YouTube showing news is showing cam 148. Let's see, 148, State Route 44. Where's State Route 44? Is that around here? Yep, State Route 44. Okay. Jack, I'm going to send you this that someone in the chat said it's a possible camera. Maybe you can look it up. Let's see. Okay. Let's see if they extend this tornado warning or have changed their wording at all. Nope, not yet. Okay, so yeah, this is a tornado warned couplet just to the northeast of Franklin. It just passed through downtown Franklin. This is part of a QLCS, which is a long line of thunderstorms. Sometimes when that line of thunderstorms is moving, it doesn't perfectly move straight. You get some like little kinks in the line or some little eddies that causes rotation and could ultimately lead to a brief tornado. A recent example of this is in, I believe it was late April or early May. You had a confirmed EF1 tornado from a very similar setup in Ann Arbor, Michigan. It actually damaged parts of the Ghost Center, which is the hockey center at the University of Michigan, and had quite a bit of damage. And it was a similar setup to this where radar isn't too convincing, but certainly might show something. It's worth going to take cover regardless, because if there isn't a tornado, you still get strong straight line wind gusts. So people in Franklin, this is not something to be messing around about. Shelbyville, just east of Franklin, that makes sense. That's the next location for the tornado warning. Obviously, that's not in the tornado warning right now, as you can see here by this red polygon. Let me turn on some of this. Let's see. I'm going to turn on the opacity here a little bit of our warning to fill the shapes so you can better clearly see. This is our tornado warning. It has not yet gone into Shelbyville, but it does still include Franklin and gets up close to Fairland and areas just east of Franklin. This storm is heading to the east towards Shelbyville from Franklin. And I'll get on radar. Let me take the fill shapes off so you guys can see better. Again, what you're seeing is this line of thunderstorms. It's bowing out, but then on the northern kind of edge of it, you kind of get this, or not even northern edge anymore. Right in the center of this bowing out, you have this kind of rotation that seems to be occurring, where you have this green filling back into the red. That's winds moving in different directions. So you have winds here moving away from the radar. And then all of a sudden they start moving towards the radar here. And then once again away. And that it just updated a little bit, the map. But here, let me redraw that as we move here. So this green is showing, okay, winds are now moving towards the radar, and then when they move away, it becomes red again. It gets pretty strong. So this is a rotation, and if you were to have a tornado, it would be right in here. That's what this is saying. And earlier, as you can see, I'll play this back a little bit. This passed straight through Franklin. You can see that right there, straight through Franklin. Right about here, you can see that rotation moves through. Let's see. Someone's asking, is it coming to Gimli? Is Gimli in Indiana? Let's see. Okay. Jack, anything interesting from the feeds of the chasers or not really? I assume that threat's kind of close to done. Okay. 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 Dylan, okay. Uh, thank you. Thank you, Jack, for the update. Dylan told me Gimli is in Manitoba. Thank you. I appreciate that. We're focusing on this Indiana storm right now. We can move back to Manitoba. For whoever was asking about Gimli, we're going to take a break from Manitoba and focus on this Indiana storm because this is the closest thing we might have to a tornado warning in our viewing region as of now. Someone's in Indiana near Southport and the second floor apartment. Where is Southport? Let's see. Southport, Indiana is a little bit further north. There you go, near Homecroft. So you're not in the tornado warning. The tornado warning is focused down here, now substantially to the east of Franklin, making its way toward Fairland. They have not extended the tornado warning yet. It is still sitting to the southwest of Fairland, but approaching quickly. And again, this, from my opinion as a meteorologist, this does look capable of producing a very weak, brief tornado. And it has done so for the last like 25 minutes. So this is a threat that should be taken seriously if you're in the tornado warning, or even if you're in Shelbyville, Fairland, or Marion, Indiana. You should take cover just out of precaution. These kind of storms produce a lot of wind damage, regardless of if there's a tornado that touches down or not. So it's important to stay vigilant and to check how that tornado or just wind might be moving soon. So we'll see if they extend this warning. In the meantime, let me grab a sip of water. Yes, Jack, what's up? Oh, you didn't? Does it show anything cool? Okay. Yeah, so we're gonna pull up a camera that someone in the chat mentioned. Uh, this is near State Route 44. Yep. Wow, that's a great camera. Shout out to on YouTube. Yes, on YouTube, whoever mentioned that, thank you. That's a pretty sick camera view. It's showing some good lightning that's moving into, wow, look at that. Moving into southern Indiana associated with this storm on State Route 44. Jack, do the TikTok people see that or no? That's still chaser footage. Okay, awesome. So TikTok, if you're taking a look at that, this is just east of Franklin, I believe. That's the storm that is producing the tornado warning, heading towards Fairland and Shelbyville, producing quite a bit of lightning. Okay, looks like the camera just went down, in fact, because we've had such strong winds there. These are now starting to really kick up winds. This is, okay, I would be surprised if they don't extend this tornado warning because you're really starting to see this couplet move in. It's starting to build back near Fairland and Shelbyville. If you're in Fairland, Shelbyville, or Marion, definitely take cover. This is now looking more and more like it could produce a tornado. It's under a tornado warning right now. I would not be surprised if they extend it. Let me check. Okay, we got a different camera pulled up that's near the same area. Wow, yeah, look at this. Look at this couplet forming. It's just pulling back in. What this is saying, again, is this storm already went through Franklin. You're starting to get strong winds moving towards the radar, coming back here. They start to curve back because they turn red and start moving away from the radar. And then this starts moving back into here and pushing out there. So if there were to be a tornado, it would be right in here. That's your zone to be looking for. If there were to be a tornado, again, that's in this tornado. We have the camera pulled up there. I believe Jack has it up with showing some good lightning. Our first camera that had a really good view actually cut out, probably because of the winds. You're probably getting 60 plus mile an hour wind gusts in here. Let's see. Yeah, 60 mile an hour wind gusts, it looks like. And we'll wait for the next frame of this radar to come in, but I would imagine they are going to extend this tornado warning a little bit into Shelbyville, Marion, and Fairland. Greenwood, Indiana, you're kind of out of the tornado risk right now. I mean, you have a lot of heavy rainfall, and I'm sure some lightning occurring from whoever is for OC Beto on TikTok. That's the concern right now, but the tornado right now is still to the south. There we go. We just got an updated radar scan. They still have not extended this tornado warning. Let's take a look here. Yeah, this is certainly starting to pull back here. This is the rotation that we're seeing, moving very quickly away from the radar, pulling back like this. The broad scale rotation leads to your kind of bullseye area here for if there were to be a tornado. And let's see. Zoom out of Franklin a little bit. We'll double check over here to see if they update that tornado warning. Once again, across the states, I mean, you even have limited severe now. I mean, this is not much severe weather going on. It's just your line of storms coming through. It looks like a very skinny, quote unquote lame, I'll say, line where not a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings are coming. Obviously, that's a great thing. But again, the main story we have right now is this tornado warning that has not yet been renewed, but it might just be west of Shelbyville, south of Fairland, southwest of Marion, Indiana. This is all to the southeast of Indianapolis. It had some signatures earlier that looked somewhat indicative of a tornado, and we will see if the NWS Indianapolis does extend this. But yeah, take a look at this frame. This is where your rotation started, back here. You're starting to get your gate-to-gate shear, where this is traveling towards the radar. This is traveling away from the radar. And then as the storm moved, you saw that rotation tighten a little bit. It still looks kind of like side by side. This is in south of Indianapolis, for those of you asking. And as this moved to the east, you had, look at that, some rather tight rotation, a little couplet that formed here. This is very promising for if you were looking for a tornado, this is what you would look for, where this red is starting to actually bulge out in front of the rest of the storm. The green is starting to fill back in, and you might get a tornado like somewhere in this region where the rotation is tightest. Now the ball is in NWS Indianapolis's court because this rotation is now leaving the tornado warning. So we will see what they do as the storm moves into Fairland. If they believe that it's no longer tornadic or no longer capable of producing a tornado, they'll likely cancel the warning or just let it expire. It is set to expire at, let's see, at 10 p.m. So we got 5 more minutes of it. I have 5 minutes to extend this warning. I'm sure that's what they're deciding about right now in their office. But an interesting little blip up because today we had only I believe it was a 2% chance of a tornado. Same as I was talking about earlier. When the SPC or Storm Prediction Center says 2% chance of a tornado, that is 2% of a tornado occurring within 25 miles of any given point in that region. So let's say you were in Franklin. The National Weather Service was saying, given the environment, it's possible, but there's only a 2% chance a tornado forms within 25 miles of you. And today, I mean, in this particular case, we don't know if a tornado was confirmed, but it might have occurred, and that 2% might have hit. That's how these forecasts work in terms of probability. And so again, here is where we have that rotation It's now exited the tornado warning. If there were to be something, it would be right there. Again, this is embedded within a QLCS or a line of thunderstorms. These are typically very brief tornadoes that might go up and go down in the atmosphere, might touch briefly and then leave again. However, let's see what this latest scan is. Okay. Let me head back up to Winnipeg real quick. It does not look like they're going to refresh this. So maybe that tornado threat is diminishing still. If you're in Marion, Fairland, I mean, it's impacting you now, but Marion, even Shelbyville, you're just going to get the wind, but it's still worth taking shelter. Linville or Manila, those areas should also probably take shelter just because this has been a tornado warned storm in the past. It's certainly capable of still producing a tornado, even if the warning does not continue. It is noteworthy to stay with that storm and stay in shelter because it's going to produce a lot of wind regardless. So let's take a look here back in Winnipeg. So people in the chat are saying a new warning has been issued. It looks like it's just a severe thunderstorm warning, not a tornado warning, at least not on my end here. Yeah, wow. This is a nasty complex of thunderstorms, not even from a tornado front, but you're just getting heavy, heavy rain that is piling on to the west of Winnipeg, even back building down here, getting back into the northern North Dakota area, where like a place like Stonewall up here in Winnipeg, you've been raining hard. You probably have a good 4 to 5 inches of rain, and it is still continuing to come and back build. So that is a true area where flash flooding is going to be a large concern. I'm going to check real quick back to this tornado warning to see if they extended it down here in Franklin. They have not extended it yet. We see on YouTube, we got a new subscriber from Phoenix, Arizona. Hello from all the way out there. I'm sure that weather is much better than what we're reporting here across Canada and Indiana, especially Canada. I mean, Winnipeg, this is a nasty complex of thunderstorms. Let's see. Someone's asking about McPherson, Kansas. Kansas does not have any severe thunderstorm warnings as of now. Nebraska has a few. We can take a look at these before I click on the radar to see what they look like. Yeah. All right, let's see. Is there a way I can? There we go. This is, I mean, again, Stonewall in Manitoba. Talk about heavy, heavy rainfall for hours on end. This could be a pretty substantial flash flooding event because you had, I mean, even at over an hour ago, you had heavy rain, and then it continued. It continued again, and look at this now. It's just expanding and even back building. These storms continue to fire to the southwest of Winnipeg, where Winnipeg, you might be spared from any more heavy rain, but just to the northwest suburbs, Stonewall, you are just starting with another batch of heavy rainfall that may last over the next 45 minutes to an hour. Could drop an additional 1 to 2 inches of rain. That is problematic because that could cause flash flooding, but just let alone river flooding in general. I mean, I see a rather large lake here to the west or northwest of Winnipeg. I'm sure that has a lot of, and another lake here to just the northwest of Stonewall. I'm sure that has a lot of little streams or rivers coming out of it that travel into Winnipeg as well. So this could cause river flooding. It could also cause quite a bit of flash flooding as well. All right, so to confirm, they did not extend that tornado warning to the southeast of Indianapolis. So areas like Shelbyville, I still recommend you do take cover just out of good practice. And because you'll probably get some strong winds anyway, specifically areas like Marion. And let's see. Yeah, Marion, I mean, this doesn't quite look tornadic anymore, which is good, but it does still look like you're going to get some strong wind gusts. Shelbyville in Indiana, you're going to get some strong storms. Definitely with some strong wind gusts, perhaps over 60 miles an hour. Who knew that the closest we get today to a confirmed tornado, at least so far, would be in Indiana and not even in the northern plains, at least speaking for the US. Canada has had their own day with a couple confirmed tornadoes southeast of Winnipeg, perhaps another one near Shoal Lake or Newdale, or rather Strathclair, perhaps another tornado up there. This is all caused by a low up near Saskatoon that is just churning moisture all the way up through, the Midwest, like Indiana and the Illinois area, but then even up into Canada, Lake Winnipeg, Red Lake up near Winnipeg, it's proper, Dauphin, etc. People asking, will this be coming to Ohio? Perhaps in the next few days. I mean, the SBC currently has a risk outlaid for day 3, I believe, that includes parts of Ohio, is getting into Chicago, Indiana, and maybe Ohio. And also on Friday, parts of eastern Ohio might be getting some of this. Some of eastern Ohio might be getting this as well. Jack, if we have someone in the chat saying that they sent in a video of wind, is that something that is explorable, or if it's obviously appropriate, can be presented, or not necessarily? On TikTok, looks like TikTok Justin Lee. I would assume so. I can check. But Justin, if you're still interested in showing that video of the wind in Shelbyville, which I'm sure was pretty intense, let us know where you sent it, if it was on TikTok or not. I just can't get over this rain in Stonewall. It's got to be so heavy. Oh my goodness. Oh yeah, let's see. I can do past hour accumulation over here. Ah, darn. Let's see. Okay, if you guys have any questions, just to recap where we're at right now, it is just about 10 p.m. on the East Coast, 9 p.m. Central. We have storms still firing. Let me change this back to see if I can put this on satellite imagery. We have storms still firing across the northern Great Plains. That includes southern Manitoba and Saskatchewan. Most notably, the story today has been some tornadoes to the southeast of Winnipeg, extreme rainfall and large hail in Winnipeg proper. And right now, continuous heavy rainfall to the northwest. And in fact, we have a new tornado warning just north of Winnipeg. They just cannot get a break. Environment Canada keeps seeing these rotations. I mean, now it's a big mess of storms, but you can still get embedded rotations within those storms. So I'll take a look at that momentarily. But if you take a look now at Stonewall, you can just see here what I'm talking about. Let's see. Stonewall is right about here. This is Stonewall. And I'm just going to show you the progression of rain that you have seen go all the way through over the past hour. It just continually is heavy, heavy raining in that area. And it is going to continue to do so as we have all of this rain moving up as well. This also goes for areas like Stony Mountain, Argyle, Grosse Isle, and areas to the north and east as well. So this is becoming a flash flooding threat as well. St. Andrews, okay. Let's check. So that's the next thing I wanted to check. There's a new tornado warning here. Let's see what this velocity looks like. Gotta take this off. See what is it looking like in terms of a possible storm. Perhaps what they're seeing in St. Andrews, I mean, the tornado warnings are so difficult to navigate in Canada because of how large they are. So it's such a large area to find what they're seeing. And also our radar is a little far here, but you see a little bit of rotation perhaps down here. I'll circle the areas where I think it's possible. To the northeast of, to the northeast of St. Andrews in Manitoba. And then perhaps little bits of rotation in between Petersville and Clanboy, I believe that is. And then up here, it doesn't look like anything too notable is going on. So I would say this is probably your main area of rotation to the northeast of St. Andrews. If that's correct, they'll move this tornado warning relatively quickly as it moves out of the region. Let's see. What is this region called? Yeah, like Selkirk, perhaps. Northeast of Lockport. Let's take a grand look at things again. Some severe thunderstorm warnings, yes. Okay. Hi, Sandy. It's nice to hear from you. I see you on YouTube. Hope you've been doing well. It's been an interesting 3 hours where we didn't get much tornado action in the U.S. Besides just recently a little bit of an interesting warning in Indiana, and we didn't even get the QLCS really to come together across the plains. But in Canada, it's been quite an interesting weather day. Winnipeg has seen some really heavy rainfall, a few tornadoes to the south and east, and also some hail. And just to the northwest of Winnipeg, you've seen of quite a bit of rain that's still ongoing and will be ongoing for the next 3 hours. So anyone in northwest of Winnipeg, have all of your devices powered and ready to go in case of a flash flood emergency or anything in the equivalent Environment Canada that might be issued. Stay cautious with everything there. But yes, uh, yeah, Jack, what's up? Oh, yes. I'm all good. I think we're going to wrap this stream up relatively quickly. Obviously, there's a lot still going on in the Winnipeg area. Ali MJ on TikTok just talked about the power going out. I mean, it's been a crazy, memorable weather day in Winnipeg up there. So I'm glad we were able to cover a little bit for you guys. For now, it looks like the tornado threat is somewhat diminishing just because we don't have discrete storms anymore. But still, you have some warnings like that one in Selkirk. Or just the northeast of Selkirk, and then obviously just the heavy rain that is going to continue to fall for the next few hours across the Winnipeg area. Let's see, Regina. Let's check over here by Regina again. Make sure. I know that you've had a lot of heavy rain. Let's see, near Regina. Yeah, heavy rain, but nothing still as bad as Winnipeg. I mean, Winnipeg has gotten the worst of the rain, certainly. Okay. We'll take one last look at radar across Saskatchewan, or rather than Saskatchewan, near Winnipeg. I want to just show you guys what's going on as a final picture, and then I think Jack, I'm pretty much good to wrap up the stream after a couple minutes talking about this rain. I'll do one last check for tornado warnings. So here in Winnipeg, I keep using Stonewall as an example, but it really does look unique because you've had all of this heavy rain has traveled through Stonewall. It's moving to the northeast. That's all hit already. As you can see here. It moved through, so did some sporadic storms later today. And then as this pushed through, Stonewall again is like down here. So that's Stonewall. I'll shade it in. And you've just had the heavy rain move all the way through. And this is all still yet to come. So as a parting message, I will say to those of the northwest of Winnipeg, please be vigilant as heavy rain will continue throughout the evening. We'll have more flooding that's likely to happen. This is not just true for the Winnipeg area, but other regions across Manitoba and perhaps Saskatchewan. So be mindful of that. And the tornado threat is mostly over. We have one tornado threat in north of Winnipeg, but it doesn't seem to be doing too much. It might just be out of precaution for now. Zooming out, just a lot of heavy rain, and the QLCS that we were predicting across North Dakota has started to take shape, but really does not look too powerful. It has a few thunderstorm warnings. Same goes into Kansas and Nebraska, Nebraska and South Dakota. And then Indiana, you still have that QLCS moving through, but not too much going on. So with that, Jack, if we're okay to, I think I'm ready to wrap things up. Any other things you think we should show? Okay. Well, this is goodbye from MyRadar and from your meteorologist, Will Cano. Big thanks to Jack for organizing this live stream behind the scenes. He's done an awesome job in my ear, helping me where to navigate when. And this, for my first true live stream, it's been a great help. So I appreciate Jack and his all of his efforts here. Please stay safe, especially for those of you still in the Winnipeg area that might be getting quite a bit of rain, and other areas in Manitoba. But I will see you back tomorrow for another live stream. Have a good night, guys.
We're getting inside of it! We're getting inside the tornado right now, right here! We are in the tornado!
In the tornado
In the
right
tornado!
here.
We deployed
Power
the
lines are
side.
coming down. Stop it right here. Stop right here.
We gotta back up!
Back it up. Back it up.
Oh! Roof's going! Roof's gone right now! Iowa, Hurricane Idala making landfall right now as a Category 3 storm, high intensity Cat 3. The roof of this building was just ripped off right behind me. So you can see power lines down right now as it makes landfall. Here we go, guys. Here it comes.
From a scientific standpoint, from a communication standpoint, this is a master class in meteorology. All the air is rushing in. We're basically in a vacuum right now. All the air is rushing into this area. Can't the general disclaimer. Obviously, I'm very excited from a scientific standpoint, but I do, and we all are very well aware of the human impact of this. So even though it looks cool online, it looks cool to, oh, here's a bird. It looks cool to sort of see all this science in action. We do want folks to know that getting to this point was dangerous. The burst out of the eye, I mean, look at all the damage just on this little stretch of highway.
Flooding farther to my south, but when you have that and an acute tornado risk in one of the biggest, most densely populated areas of the country at night, not a great recipe for travel. The good news, though, it's Sunday, commute not quite as bad as it